Okay. Let's transition over into the live. Let's do it. Sorry for the delay. I had to do all of the social posting as it goes. Let's turn down some of this volume. But I will I'll put something more ambient on in the background. So I don't want to put too much pressure on my video on my computer, because I know what it's like when Photoshop is up and streaming is up. There's a lot going on, but I wonder if I can just get something playing, and then we can be good to go. I wonder if there's like any Smash Brothers like chill playlist nowadays that I can use to listen to, that I can put on. I have a chill Mario Kart playlist, but I feel like it's not actually a chill playlist. I feel like it's just got everything on there, so it doesn't really count anymore. It's just a chill playlist. You know what, I'm gonna stop this music. I'm gonna open up a YouTube screen and just be very careful with it. I think. Relaxing Smash Bros. Music. Yeah, this one will do. Thank you, Bass Spike. We'll get that on in the background. Cool! How's everyone? Happy anniversary for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So, a lot of people in the Discord have been, you know, messing around talking about, like, what if Super Smash Bros. Gets, you know, another character, like, or not another character, like double the amount of characters. Like, what if Smash 64 has 24 characters? That's double. I should know this. What if Melee has 48 or whatever its double is, and stuff like that. And I thought it'd be interesting. I thought it'd be fun on Smash Ultimate's anniversary to do that. But here with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate specifically. But well, actually, no. Scratch what I just said. So, getting my words tied up here. So, what we're going to do is we are going to end up with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate having, you know, double the amount of characters, however much that is. I want to say it's like 160 something. But in order to get to there, because Ultimate is every, you know, everyone is here, what I thought would be a fun way is to go back first to Smash 64 and double that roster to 24, and then move on to Melee, and then double that. And then if we go through this process, by the time we get to Ultimate, I'll have a boatload of characters already who can come over. Like, we're going to do this historically. It's not going to be just me adding 84 current day 2025 characters to the roster. We're going to go back to 1999 and add characters from there and work our way up that way. As if it was always like this. As if Smash Bros. Always had twice the amount of characters. That's the idea here. So let me know how I sound volume-wise. Let me know how that is. And yeah, I think we can get going. Now, I've set up a sort of template here. I've got my iPad on a separate thing here, if I just need to look up any information. So if you see me looking down this way, it's me just on my iPad. On the Source Gaming website, actually, so I can fact check some things as I do this. Cool. And yeah, let's just jump in first with Super Smash Bros. 64. So cast your mind back. It is 1999. And Smash Bros. Actually has 24 characters now instead. And to keep this authentic, I want to follow the same kind of rules that Sakurai had, but double them. So the best example of this in Smash 64 is the 4 unlockable characters, Luigi, Jigglypuff, Ness, and Captain Falcon. The reason they were all chosen is because A, they could all do something that was a bit quirky or different, like, you know, Ness and Jigglypuff's whole moveset. And B, they could be made from existing characters. So Luigi is the only Echo Fighter clone character on the original roster, and that was his gimmick. And he was just made from Mario. I don't really know what Captain Falcon's gimmick is, but he's made from Samus. Ness is made from Pikachu and Mario, like elements of them together. And then Jigglypuff is obviously made from Kirby. And there were 4 of them. So for this theoretical doubling of the roster, we're going to jump it from 4 to 8. So we're going to have 8 like unlockable characters, but all of those 8 must be makeable from the existing roster, if that makes sense. All right, I hope that all sort of flows logically. And I might have to make some icons on the fly because I want to come up with these characters on the fly. I've obviously been thinking about it over the course of the day, so I've already got some ideas in mind, especially for the earlier ones. But I'm gonna just make some of these icons very roughly. The icons you'll see me use are the same ones that we've been using for all the roster streams and stuff, all of those previously. So a big thank you to like Slink, Creeks, Huff, everyone else who's worked on those icons for putting these existing ones together and sending them over for me for this. So we're gonna start. Gonna deselect off there with the Smash 64 lot. So I've set these up. Already to be here. What I should have done is actually turn them off individually. That was silly of me. But here we have the first original 12 characters for Super Smash Bros. 64. That is all pretty bog standard, I would say. Like, nothing's going to be changing on here. We're going to keep all of this the same. Now the question, we'll start with the new 8 base characters. And of these, 5... I initially said the rules were that 5 of them have to be at least human-shaped. Because for those who don't know, Mario, Donkey Kong, Samus, Fox, and Link were all the first characters chosen for the game, which is why they're in this order here on the screen. Because they were human-shaped and they were just easier to work with for the prototype. Once Sakurai knew he had approval, or thought he had approval, and he could move on to work on other stuff, that's when he added in the more unusual ones. So I initially thought, oh yeah, let's do 5 prototypes or whatever. Except the thing is, right, most of the other character options for this era are human-like anyway, so it doesn't really matter as a rule. So anyway, let's jump over to some of the really obvious ones to add in first. I'm going to turn on the melee ones, but I'm going to turn them all off. I should have done this before already. Because obviously the first place we should go to here for these starting characters is to take characters from who are added in Melee and just add them here. So Peach and Bowser are the obvious first 2 to appear up on here. We know Bowser was already planned for Smash 64 and then cut. And then, like, Peach is just like, of course she's going to be here. She's like the Nintendo's leading lady. And if we're going to add another 8 characters, of course she's going to be one of the first ones up. And in a similar way, Marth is also going to be here. As one of these initial ones as well. So let me just grab Marth and I'll move him across here like this. And Mewtwo. Mewtwo's another one we know was planned for Smash 64. He makes total sense to also be in this theoretical doubling roster. So we can include him up here. Then we're going to jump over to Brawl as well, and I'm going to turn these off because obviously, again, I should have turned all these off at the sources and not just by their series. So give me a second. Wario. Yep. Cool. No, Snake, you're off. You're not here yet, Snake. So, King Dedede, that's what I was looking for. So King Dedede was another character we know was in Smash 64, planned, was cut. I'm going to put them, you know what, I'll put them in the human order, non-human order. Just for funsies. Although I do think that Mewtwo and Bowser might count as human-shaped. Like, if Fox and Donkey Kong count. King Dedede probably doesn't, though, because he doesn't have legs. So, I'll put him there. Cool. So that's our initial inclusions on here. I'm also going to throw on, not off, Pit. Because I think Pit is an easy character to be in the base. So I think like the Famicom 4, right? The 4 action characters, Mario, Samus, and Pit, and Takamaru, who I will be adding in a sec, but not in this initial base. Those all make sense to be in this first initial game. So that is, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need 2 more for the base. So again, I'm casting my mind to when Smash 64 was made, and the roster for Smash 64 was decided in what I want to say was like early 1998, something like that. No, so the game changed into a Nintendo themed fighter in September of 1997. And then he chose the first 4 characters in December of that winter. So it's the end of 1997 is when Sakurai decided who his characters were going to be. So any game that wasn't out by the end of 1997 is not going to be considered for this. Which, if I recall correctly, and do feel free to let me know faster if it's easier, Ocarina of Time is 1998. Is that correct? Yes, it is. So Ocarina of Time is 1998. Obviously, Link is based on Ocarina of Time here, but Sakurai is clearly Link's moveset is based on A Link to the Past. Hence why he uses the boomerang, and it's a blue boomerang as his neutral. So I think Ganondorf, because I know Ganondorf would be a popular go-to here, wouldn't get in Smash 64 because it's not Ganon. And because Sakurai would see Ganondorf and be like, well, he doesn't look anything like Ganon, so how do I know he'd play anything like Ganon? This is basically a new character. Wouldn't consider Ganondorf for this at all. Zelda he would, but I actually think that Zelda here would be an unlockable character. I think Zelda would be built off of Peach's foundation. I think her moveset would still kind of be the same. Nehru's Love as the down special, Din's Fire as the side special, Ferrero's Wind as the warp, because they're all vaguely magic and they can be associated with anything, right? Fire, wind. Even the diamond from Nehru's Love kind of looks like the diamond Zelda gets put in Link to the Past. So I think it would still be Ocarina of Time Zelda with generic magic, but using a lot of Peach's elements in her creation. So I think that would make her an unlockable character. So we're going to put her over there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the unlockables start here. Another unlockable character, who I think would be an obvious one, is Falco, who can actually just stay there. So Falco, Sakurai already considered adding in all 4 of the Star Fox members into Smash 64 as ults for Fox, but he didn't do it because he felt like they wouldn't all play identically to Fox. But Falco, obviously, when it came time to make a clone of Fox in the future, he was the one that he went for. And so Falco is the one I think he would go for here again, if he had to pick one of the Star Fox members to make into an unlockable character for Smash 64. So Falco is also getting in the base. So that leaves us with 4 more characters, because I don't think anyone else would be chosen from... So Clefairy was also a cut character, but it was between Clefairy and Jigglypuff, and I don't think Sakurai would go for both of them, even with a double roster. Because it'd just kind of be too similar. It's like a coin toss-up between the two. In the same way, I'm not going to add in Peppy and Slippy here, because I don't think he'd go for 4 of them either. I do wonder whether or not Rob would be a choice. Obviously, the thought would be Mr. Game & Watch, but I wonder if Mr. Game & Watch would work on Smash 64. Right? Like, does the 2D... him being 2D, is that an effect you'd get on Smash 64? Would you make him a sprite instead of everyone else? I suppose if you did that, it could work, but I don't know. For some reason, I'm just not seeing it. But I think Rob you could do. But Rob you can't, then again, you can't really base Rob on anyone on the existing roster, right? Unless you took pet elements of Samus? So unless Rob is one of the base characters. So I already have an idea for who my 2 base roster characters would be. We'll put Rob here for now. Let's put Rob here for now. Slot him in here. And then the other 3 characters on here... Oh, no, actually, no, one of them is going to be Wario. And Wario is also going to be an unlockable character. Because you could easily... I think Wario from this part of the series... And you know what? Let's make this Wario instead. Need to make this much smaller in size. Let me make sure I've actually measured that up correctly there. It's ever so slightly too big. Cool. So, go away. Cool. Wario, I think Wario Land Wario would be based, would take some elements from Mario, and possibly elements from King Dedede as well, maybe. Like, I'm just thinking of the Chomp and stuff. If he kept that in, of course. He could also just have the fart and the twister and stuff. I think there's stuff you could take from other characters, but Wario, I think, could be in the base for Smash 64, taking elements from Mario. So now we've got 2 more spots, and I know who they're going to be. So now I'm going to take from, and I should have really done this before, my blank spots down here. We're going to take one of these randoms, we're going to chuck them here, and another one of these randoms and chuck them here. And now I am going to go and grab the characters. So the first one of these is going to be Lip from Panel to Pon, because I think back in Smash 64 he would have been looking at relevant ones, and we know that Panel to Pon was at the very least a series he had in mind for when he was doing stuff like Melee, right? Because in Melee, Lip's stick appears as an item, and the garbage block appears as a transformation for Kirby, right? Both of that appears in Melee. So Panel to Pon was something he had, Puzzle League in general was something that he had on his mind then, and I should have said it before for this. And so I think there's a chance that, given its relevancy, the SNES game would be out. There would have been a 64 game being made at the time. It wouldn't have been cancelled, at least for Japan. There would have been Game Boy games coming out. I think this is one that has a shot of being there and being on the base roster, because I don't think you would do a... I don't think you would do like a... what's the word I'm thinking of? I don't think you can make her like a clone of anyone. So the way we're going to do this, if this works in the way I intended it to... yeah, there we go. There we go. So I'm going to chuck Lip over the top there. So we're going to have Lip, and then I think I mentioned it already, the other one is going to be Takamaru, and Takamaru is going to take from both Link and Marth. Like, Link more so than Marth, but I think you can easily take elements from the other swordies on the roster when making this swordie. So once I got that in here, you will see it is... yeah, put you there. Quick click mask, there we go. Awesome. So that's cool. This is our new Smash 64. This is what we're going to be working off of now. Rakuga Kid style. Yeah, Little Mac's not... So Little Mac's not a bad shout. My only thing about Little Mac is it was never as big in Japan as it was in the West. But you are right though. I didn't think about Little Mac. I feel like if it was to have Little Mac, it would be in the place of Rob. Which maybe you could do that. Maybe you could do that. You know what? Chris? You've changed my mind on that. Sorry, Rob. I was always a bit iffy on you already. So I'm gonna take you out. You're gone. I'm sorry, Rob. You'll get your time. You'll get your time later. Smash 4, obviously. Oh, I didn't mean to have all the ultimate characters in this folder as well. Whoops, my bad. Let me hide all of these as well. We don't need any of you guys for a bit. Shulk is not around in Smash 64. I'm afraid. I don't think Sakurai has foresight as one of his directorial abilities. So Little Mac is there. So yeah, let's congratulations, Little Mac. You are now one of the original 24 fighters. You will have special privileges going forward for the rest of the series. Congratulations. So there we go. This is our first initial Smash 64 roster. So now we can jump over to Melee, which means now I can go over to Melee and start adding in the other characters, and I'm going to have to move them around a bit. So with Melee, the rules for the character selection on that were a bit more straightforward. There were 6 clone characters, so we also need 6 clone characters. And then on top of 6 clone characters, there was also 1 retro rep, 1 specifically designated retro rep, which was the Ice Climbers. So we're also going to need 1 more retro rep. And then the rest of it is all free flow. We can just do whatever we want for the rest of this. So yeah, no, it's not a modern day Smash 64. This is Smash 64 in 1999. So now, obviously, Melee started immediately after Smash 64 came out. Smash 64 came out in early 1999, so the character selection for Melee was decided around spring of 1999, I think. But obviously, with the clones that will get added, there's a bit more time we've got to add on to this. So let's just start with the other missing ones from Smash, from Melee, who will definitely get in it. So Sheik. An interesting idea for Sheik is Sheik was obviously added first, and then Zelda was added on after with the transformation gimmick. But in this roster, Zelda is here first, and now Sheik is the second one. So you do have to ask yourself, would they still keep the transformation gimmick, right? Maybe you could add a title somewhere. This is for whatever the current game we are adding to. Not a bad shout, Chris. I can do that in 2 secs. Let me, because I've got some blank space up here, don't I? I don't need my logo up there. That can go. I will add in. We'll do it here. Throw this up. There we go. Text ranking every Mario game. No, we are not. That was an old stream. Let me go to settings. And it was the Melee. Nice and simple. Hello, Cuphead. Alright, so Melee. In big letters up there. Cool, there we go. Awesome. Right, so Sheik is coming in. Sheik's going to be coming in. And then so we can now add Ganondorf. So here's the thing, right? Ganondorf was added into Smash Melee as a clone because he wasn't seen as enough priority for the base roster. But with all these characters now in Super Smash Bros. 64, I think Ganondorf is bumped up. I think Ganondorf is considered main roster material, starting roster material. So I'm going to say that Ganondorf is also here in the base, and because he's in the base roster, he's not a clone anymore. So this version of Ganondorf isn't a clone of Captain Falcon. Maybe he'll have some similar stuff, but he's going to be based on Ocarina of Time. So this is a decloned, Dead Man's Volley, trident-wielding Ganondorf. Pure Ocarina of Time basis going on. Although it does present an interesting thing, because obviously when we get to Brawl, and we update the designs to Twilight Princess, I suppose Ganondorf didn't have a trident in that game. So I suppose you'd have to ask, if you were Sakurai, do I make up a trident in the Twilight Princess style so to keep him, or do I give him a sword? Do I replace any trident attacks with a sword and overhaul his moveset? It's almost like making a completely different Ganondorf at that point. Anyway, that's just ramblings that we don't really need to think about for this stream. So Ganondorf is on the base. He is an original character. Ice Climbers as well. Ice Climbers are going to be here on the base roster as well. There's no reason for them to not be. And then Mr. Game & Watch is obviously also going to remain here on the base roster as well. So good for you, Mr. Game & Watch. You stick around. So how many characters, remind me, how many characters are new in Melee's base roster? There's Peach Bowser, Zelda Sheik, Marth, Mewtwo, Mr. Game & Watch, right? It's 7. And then it's 6 and then it's 6 for 13 total newcomers. Is that right? Have I missed something? Hold on. Peach, Bowser, Sheik, Zelda, Ice Climbers, Marth, Mewtwo, Mr. Game & Watch. It's 8. Okay. Which means we have 16 for the base roster of Melee. And 4 of them, we've only got space for, we've only got 4 of them decided. Fantastic. Okay. Well, there are things we can do for this, okay? We can look to the future. We can look to Brawl, because at least for some of the characters in Brawl, they were chosen because they were like, they were the next in line, right? To be the all-stars that we would add. And so, where is he on this list? I think there he is. One who would definitely get added is Diddy Kong. I think Diddy Kong is a choice for Melee when we have this match to work with. And I also think that, I think we may as well have Rob now as well. He can be like Game & Watch in that we have another, there's Retro Rep and then another Retro Rep. Why don't we tackle the Retro Rep now, actually? Yeah, so the Retro character. Who were the other Retro characters that Sakurai had considered? So cut characters, Source Gaming. We have a thing. Everyone knows Ayumi was one of them. Everyone knows Excite Bikers was one of them. Who else was one of them? These are the updated version list. So Ryo, Misinformation, Melee. Okay, awesome. So yeah, so Mac Rider, Takamaru, Ayumi, Balloon Fight, Urban Champion, Clue Land, Excite Bike. And the reasons he ripped them off, he's like, Excite Bike, we need to make a ramp for him to jump, but that was more of a joke issue, that wasn't a real issue. Clue Land, he just didn't know how she would fight. Urban Champion doesn't have a lot of moves to work with. Balloon Fighter, so it seems like he wouldn't be able to do anything after his balloons were popped. And then that just leaves us with Mac Rider, Ayumi, Takamaru, yeah. So I don't think Ayumi. Well, so he was thinking about it during the Melee days. Famicom Detective Club, Ayumi even has her own trophy in that game, but in the end, there's no way she'd work overseas. But I do like Famicom Detective Club, so he's sort of umming and ahhing about it, right? But it also doesn't feel right because she's obviously not a thingy character. Balloon Fight, Urban Champion, Excite Bike. There is one other option, I suppose, and that's Sukapon. He's not mentioned here, but we know Sukapon was planned as like an assist trophy in Melee before being cut. But the reason Sukapon's omission is purely a matter of financial and legal issues. For this game, So yeah, they didn't know if they had the rights to Suckerpun, and that's why Suckerpun was cut. So I'm gonna have to keep that. So Suckerpun is out, unfortunately, because of that reason. So from all of this, I'm leaning towards. So a character I'd like to see in Smash 2, Mac Rider. Reason, his name is great. So I could do Mac Rider, but I was also thinking that Mac Rider would work quite well as one of the clone characters. One of the clone characters that I'm going to need to come up with. Maybe I shouldn't be thinking in advance of the clone characters, because Sakurai wouldn't have at the time. Let's do Mac Rider, because I'm going to do Mac Rider anyway. So let's get her in. Let's get Mac Rider in on this. So, let's get transparency on here. I guess I'll get the melee trophy of Mac Rider, because that's the one. So, alright, Mac Rider, congratulations, you're joining the roster. Potentially, if I can't think of any more clones, I will make you into a clone instead. And I'll rework the rules a bit. But I'll try and think of something else. So, Mac Rider. So another thing in terms... Oh, no, this isn't what I wanted. That's what I wanted. So another thing here regarding this, the roster, is new Pokemon and new Fire Emblem character. Because... Oh, no. There we go. I should have put this in place first and then moved Mac Rider over it. This is how I've done the layering. Whoops, my bad. Well, no. I've lost Mac Rider. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. Awesome. So yeah, so with Mac Rider now in place. So new Fire Emblem, new Pokemon character. Because originally, obviously, Marth was the new Fire Emblem character. And Pikachu was... and Mewtwo was the new... new Pokemon character. But with Mewtwo already being here, we need another new Pokemon character. And I think it'd be one from Gen 2. And trying to just think, right, which Pokemon in Gen 2 are important enough to be added. There isn't. It's really difficult to think of one, because I feel like they would do... I feel like Sakurai would lean towards Gen 2. Mewtwo was slightly different, because Mewtwo was obviously really popular. But wait, when did Gold and Silver actually come out? Pichu was obviously added last minute, but I feel like Pichu was revealed earlier. Gold and Silver. Was Gold and Silver 1999? Let's see. Let's have a look here. Pokemon Gold and Silver. Yeah, it was 1999. So we can consider Pokemon Gold and Silver. Who would be a good Pokemon from Gen 2 to be in? Marill was popular at the time, you're right. Would Marill have been a choice for this? Scizor, Typhlosion. So here's something we can actually do as well. So at the right after Smash Bros. 64 came out, Sakurai did do a if there was a Smash 2 poll and let people vote. Basically the fighter's ballot of the past. And in this, he obviously listed, he asked people for their recommendations on who they should add. And so we have stuff we can reference here. And based on the poll, Lugia is the most popular Gen 2 Pokemon, but I feel like there's a problem there with getting Lugia in the game as a playable character. The ones that follow are Meowth, Raichu, and then Marill. Marill and Togepi. And I feel like out of them two, Marill is probably more likely. Heracross would be cool though, and Sakurai does like beetle fighting. But I'm going to stick with the popularity thing here and the importance thing in the anime and all that, because what's his name? Tracy had a Marill, right? Marill's one of the early ones revealed. Let's do Marill. Congratulations, Marill. You're being shot up the memorability train by being made playable in Super Smash Bros. Early. I need a... Can I have a good one which is like... Google, you're giving me really crappy Marill renders for some reason. I guess this one will do. So we're going to have in... yeah, Marill is on the roster. And we're going to use this. This one, here you go. Congratulations. And so Fire Emblem, right, is the other issue. So Roy is the obvious one to think of here, but the thing with, because Sakurai obviously went to Intelligent System and to be like, oh, we can add a new character, but he didn't do it till much later on. So in 1999, I don't even think Thracia was out in 1999, right? And with Fire Emblem, when did Thracia 776 come out? And with Fire Emblem 64 being up in there, so actually no, so Thracia came out in the back half of 1999, but it would have been after the base roster would have been decided. And while they would have known about Leaf, I feel like Leaf is too similar to Marth for it to matter on a base roster. So I did throw around the idea in my head this morning when I was thinking of this, right? No, Dan Beaver, we're doing Melee now. It's on screen, it says Melee. So, I did throw around the idea in my head of removing Marth from Melee and replacing him with Seliph. Because, for those who don't know, Lucas from Earthbound 64 was considered for Melee and was going to just outright replace Ness. If it was happened, I actually think what would have happened is that he would have added Lucas in from Earthbound 64 and then re-added Ness in as a clone in later into development, instead of like Roy or something, or Pichu, or Ganondorf. No, Ganondorf was the last one decided, so it would have been instead of Ganondorf we would have got Ness. But because Earthbound 64 got cancelled, Ness just stayed. And so I did think potentially about cutting Marth and replacing him with Roy, or Leaf, or Seliph, and then adding another character in. But thinking about it, if he was going to include Marth in Smash 64, even though Marth wasn't the most recent Fire Emblem character then, I think he'd probably just keep Marth for the legacy's sake. And I think he'd still look to Marth's game, so I'm going to also look to Marth's game for a new character. And we can look at the popularity of Fire Emblem characters here. It is it's Ogma for some reason, Seliph, Sigurd, and Leaf. Sigurd, you can't really, if you do him without this horse, he's just Marth again. And Ogma would be different. He'd be fight more like Ike, but Ogma's also like not like that important in the grand scheme of things. And someone from Fire Emblem, just anyone from Fire Emblem, was the second choice. So I'm gonna take from the second choice and do anyone from Fire Emblem. And my go-to for this would actually be Shida, Marth's future wife. She is a Pegasus Knight Rider, which would obviously get in the way of her having a, like, which you usually think would be an issue. But in Mystery of the Emblem, one of the mechanics in that game was that Pegasus Knights and horseback riders had to get off their horse when they were indoors. Like, they had the ability to get off their horse. So I think, with that in mind, there is like Shida has a on-foot fighting style. Tiki would be the other choice, but Tiki's, because of her, she turns into a full dragon. when she attacks, and I just don't think that really works in Smash Brothers. Like, maybe you could have her be a big heavy dragon, kind of like Charizard or Ridley, but I don't know. I'm going to go for Shida and give us a spear wielder for this. So let's create a clipping mask. There we go. A lot of blue. Oh, I should have put this in place before I did that. Whoops, done it again. Got to remember, I've got to put these in position first before I then add. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got to do 16 of these base characters. Jesus. Is there anyone from later on in the series who would work? Oh, I know an obvious character that we've not talked about. We need a new Mario character. With Peach, Mario, and Luigi already in the game, there's only really one option at this point in time, and that's going to be Toad. Of course, we're gonna get Toad in the game, just base vanilla Toad. So let's get him up in here. Because of course he would, especially if Wario's also here. We'll just get like all 4 of the original playable characters from Super Mario Brothers in on this. And now we've basically got, for this point in time anyway, we've got all the key Mario characters. Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, Bowser, Wario, Donkey Kong, and Yoshi. So let's chuck you in here, Toad. Yes, and then make you a clipping mask again. Alright, this is going a bit slower than I thought it was going to be. It's actually a bit harder to think of this. Yeah, so I was thinking about Meta Knight, alright? Maybe I will do Meta Knight. But so my thinking behind Meta Knight was that there must have been a reason why Sakurai didn't pick any Kirby character to be in Melee, even though he considered King Dedede for Smash 64. And so I wasn't going to include another Kirby character here, but maybe in hindsight, that's when he has this many characters. We don't know why he didn't include King Dedede, or didn't even consider King Dedede for Melee. Maybe with that, given that we don't really know why, I can sort of just say that he would. And I guess another one is, would King K. Rool get into Melee? Because obviously, so a thing here that I thought about was, do I do like Banjo-Kazooie, right? Because Nintendo still owned Banjo-Kazooie in 1999. But we know that they didn't include rare trophies in Melee specifically because of adult issues, which is code similar, same thing he used for Sucker Pong, which we know is for sure because he didn't know if they had the rights to it. So that makes me think all the rare stuff was off the table. Diddy Kong is 100% owned by Nintendo, but I wonder if there might have been confusion over whether K. Rool would have been or not. So let's chuck. Where's Meta Knight? I'll do Meta Knight. So Meta Knight, you're here. So we're gonna chuck you in here, Meta Knight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What I'm also going to do while I'm here is I'll just go ahead with some of the clones. So Dr. Mario, and where would they be marked? So we're doing 16, aren't we? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I'll put Dr. Mario. You're going to signify when the clones start. So Dr. Mario is obviously a clone, would stick around. Young Link as a clone would stick around. Pichu would stick around. Roy would also still be added and stick around. So that's all fine. But then, of course, we don't have Falco and Ganondorf. And I think without Falco, I think Wolf is probably getting the bump up into clone status in Melee instead. So I think we can chuck Wolf in. I mean, looking at the, Star Fox series ones, it's like Falco was the most popular. Then it was Slippy. Then it was Wolf. Then it was Pepe. So Slippy might have made sense for this, but considering they lent on Wolf and Brawl and not Slippy. It's true, yeah, they K-Roll for Brawl. So, yeah, Giant Toad, yeah. So, right, we need 5 more base characters. So for this, I am going to look now for the rest of the Smash 2 poll and see what we can do. So, although actually, another Earthbound character as a clone, instead of Ness, Pooh was really highly requested. Then it was Mr. Saturn who got in as an item, Pooh, someone from Earthbound, Paula, Starman Jeff. So the question, I guess, is who works better as a clone for Ness? Is it Paula or Pooh? Ness technically stole all of his moves from Paula, so Paula is my first instinct, but Pooh is the higher requested choice. But can Pooh do the moves that Ness can and Paula can? I don't remember what all of Pooh... Obviously, PK Starstorm is Pooh's move, but Ness doesn't have that yet in this. Basically, can Pooh do PK Fire, PK Freeze? Not PK Freeze. PK Fire, PK Thunder, and an Absorb. I think we'll just say PK Fire, PK Thunder. Can Pooh do that? If Pooh can't do that, then I'll do Paula. But if Pooh can do that, then I will not do Paula. Then I'll do Pooh instead. Someone more knowledgeable give me a heads up on this. Ridley would be too big, so I don't think he'd do that, and I don't think he'd do Duck Hunt yet, or Piranha Plant yet. These, I think, are all ideas that comes out. And I don't think he'd do Daisy yet. I've seen Daisy be thrown around, but the problem with Daisy, at least at this time, is that Daisy wasn't that prominent in 1999. Like, she'd appeared in Mario Land, and then as a background character in Mario Golf, and I don't think Waluigi's obviously got a trophy in Melee, and so does Daisy, so they had small enough appearances. But when did Mario Tennis 64 come out? 2000. So I think it might even be too late for... When did Melee come out? It was 13 months, right? So Melee must have been... Super Smash Bros. Melee came out in 2001. So I think 2000 is even too late. So I think Daisy and Waluigi are fine for like trophy material, but aren't quite there yet for thing. Pooh can't do fire, but he can do freeze. He can do the other two. Paula uses fire and thunder. I'll let chat decide. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Pooh, and I'm going to say Paula, and you guys give emotes to whichever one you prefer from those choices. You guys and girls, and I will go for the most popular one out of those two, because I think it's such a close thing. I really struggle to figure out. I feel like Sakurai would do Pooh, but I personally would prefer Paula. So while that's going on, so we included Meta Knight. So Ganondorf was the most, then Child Link, yep, Sheep, yep. Pokemon. Mario characters, yep, Toad would be the next one along. I'm not going to do Geno because of copyright reasons. I'm not going to do any of the rare ones. Yeah, looking at the other fighters, Sukapon was the most requested for Smash 2. Then it was Lip, who we've already done for Smash 64. Then it was Prince Richard. So you know what? Let's go ahead with... you know what? In fact, I'm going to double up on this. We're getting the Prince of Sable. He's the main character from the Frogs, the Bells Toll. Let's get nope. Where's no? Alright, no, wait. So we're gonna get Prince Sable in here, and then we're also going to get Prince Richard in as a clone of Prince Sablet, because both of them got requested and their votes sort of fused together. So why not, right? Why don't I just have both of them on the roster? So there we go, create a Clipper mask. And Prince Richard. That is, I typed in Prince Richard. Don't know why I didn't expect just an actual guy to show up. Prince Richard Nintendo. That gives me the one I'm actually after. So we're going to put you up there. Nice, nice. Who else would have been a good shout for this moment in time? When did Custom Robo come out? That's another potential one we've got. Custom Robo character. Let's create a Clipper mask. I'm just going to save this to make sure I don't lose it. Cool. What do we see? Where do we get to on the Earthbound stuff as well? Pooh, Paula. Paula for the girly pops. Paula. I think Paula would work better. I think they would change Bigified. Don't see why they wouldn't change Bigified on Ice Move. They made him a clone. See, I need to play this game. Customer about a game in 1999 and 2000. Okay, so we've got annoyingly we've got 3 for Pooh and 3 for Paula. This does not solve the problem at all. Okay. So keep the votes coming for Paula and Pooh, and which one we're gonna have. Meanwhile, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just gonna put the rest of these in. So, what else do we have on this list? So Pit is there. Dombe from Shinonigashima. Foreman Spike. Samurai Goro from F-Zero. Could do Samurai Goro, actually. We do have Marth. We do have Takamaru. Could Samurai Goro work as a clone of Takamaru? Because they're both samurai. But they have very different builds, though. That's the problem. We've got Skip Tablet, Digihive, all of them. None of them were around when Melee was being made. So 2 more for Paula, 1 more for Pooh, 1 more for Paula. Do both. Dry Bowers wasn't around. Pooh just for the memes. I'm gonna do Pooh. No, I'm not. I'm gonna do Paula. I'm gonna do Paula. I think. Just my heart says Paula would be the better choice. And then actually, obviously, then Ness's baseball bat can obviously be swapped for the frying pan, so it works on that practical of a level. Whereas Pooh has, I guess, a sword, but you don't really fight with it. I suppose you could use the sword. I'm just gonna go with Paula. I'm gonna go with Paula. It's a close one. If I really can't think of anyone else, maybe I'll do both. But oh look, just in time, Earthbound music. So this random's now going down here. Paula, we're chucking you in here. It'd also be good to have more girls on the roster as well. Great Clipper mask, cool. So yeah, so Samurai Goro. I think, thinking upon it over all of that, I think Samurai Goro probably would be original and not a clone of Takamaru, because their builds are just too different. So Yeah, we're going with Samurai Goro. You're joining the roster as a copy of as an original character, a second F-Zero character. I saw someone say Blood Falcon. Blood Falcon could very easily work as a clone for Captain Falcon. I mean, Captain Falcon already had a Blood Falcon costume, right? So maybe they just use maybe that's all it needs, and we can just have Blood Falcon. Given how many characters we have to add on this roster, I think that's fine. I saw someone say Skull Kid as well. That's not a bad shot. I do wonder if Majora's Mask is maybe like too new for that, though. So Majora's Mask, obviously Melee had a Majora's Mask stage, but the young Link in Melee is very clearly based off of Ocarina of Time and not Majora's Mask. So I wonder if that might have been an issue. Yeah. Well, I mean, Samurai Goro, you'd have to do a lot of making up his moveset anyway, right? Because he does just like Captain Falcon, he doesn't do anything else. When he got into Brawl, he just ran around with his sword like that. Like, he didn't do anything else. So, I think that's not an issue. Any others who immediately pop out to me? So, interestingly, Gooey from Kirby was more popular than Meta Knight in the polls. So I wonder if we're going to include Meta Knight, I wonder if we would include Gooey instead. Ryuta Hayami should be the Captain Falcon clone instead of Blood Falcon. Ooh. From Wave Race, right? Ryuta Hayami? That could be interesting, actually. Yeah, because we've got other series we need to be thinking of as well. Because I was debating whether or not I wanted to do Sin and Punishment, but I think Sin and Punishment wouldn't be out yet. So we have Custom Robo. Custom Robo obviously had trophies. 1999 is when it just came out, the first one, but maybe that's too new, so that's why it only got trophies. Sin and Punishment didn't even get trophies in Melee, so I think that's just off the table. We have a Yumi who we could always fall back on. Zelda's already getting two newcomers here, Sheik and Ganondorf. Mario's getting Toad. Diddy Kong as well, if you want to count that. Kirby's getting Meta Knight. Metroid doesn't have anyone because Ridley would be too big for this. Star Fox is getting Wolf as a clone. I almost wonder if Slippy in the base roster is a possibility, and he just plays differently to Fox, and I like that. I like Slippy in the base roster, and he just plays differently to to these others, so he's not a clone at all. So Pilot Wing 64 is another one I thought. Oh, is it stopped updating chat? Hold on a sec. Let me It does this sometimes. I'll refresh it. Let me know. XSplit is funny, but it's really annoying about this. So, I've refreshed. Let me know if... No, it doesn't look like it's fixed itself. So I'm just going to, very quickly... Oh yeah, it's just removed the YouTube channel for some stupid reason. So, give me 1 sec, and then I'll come back on. Cool, awesome. That's done. So, while I'm here looking in my browser, let's go Slippy Toad. Congratulations, you made it in. Wow, that does make me wonder though. Would Sakurai go for Wolf now? Because now that I'm thinking about it, right, if it was me making it, and I had Fox and Falco on the roster from the first game, and then I added Slippy into the roster for the second, even though Wolf is more requested, having Peppy and having all of Team Star Fox just feels like it'd be quite nice to have, wouldn't it? It'd be quite nice to have the whole gang included. And Peppy could be a clone of Slippy. Slippy in this hypothetical moveset that's different from Fox and Falco. Peppy could come in and be a clone of that. And I don't know if I'd want to do both Wolf and Peppy. Maybe I could do both Wolf and Peppy if I got to, considering how many characters we got to make up. Slippy though, I like. We're chucking Slippy in. Yep. Cool, awesome. What's this chat saying? Slippy / add Slippy and Peppy. I think doubled melee would go for the whole Star Fox team. Yeah, you're right, Juby. You're right. I don't think they would have done, given that Sakurai didn't know even how to do Villager in Brawl. I think Villager's not getting in before Smash 4. It's just not happening. There's no Fire Emblem stage, there's no timeline, there is no Frogs of the Boss for the two Prince guys. Yeah, the Frogs for the Bells Tolls duo are the new Fire Emblem characters. yeah, you know what? You've all convinced me. I'm taking Wolf out for now. I am taking poor old Star Wolf out, and I am adding in Peppy Hair. He's coming in. He's coming in. We're gonna chuck you down here. Peppy, you're gonna be a clone of Slippy Toad. Let's get a transparent version of your 64 look. Someone said Pilot Wing 64, and someone said Ryota. I like the idea of having Lark from Pilot Wings 64. Pilot Wings was quite a popular franchise. And while Pilot Wings 64 may not have sold a massive amount, I think Pilot Wings, like the franchise, could be good unless someone can think of something else while I do this. Then again, I said GUI, didn't I? Maybe they wouldn't do Pilot Wings. We said Ryota as well. I'm going to grab Ryota while I'm here. Ryota Hayame. Because then again, Pilot Wing 64 didn't even get any trophies in Melee, did it? That's something else to consider, because you have to ask yourself, why didn't Pilot Wings get any trophy in Melee? Is there some sort of... Because Pilot Wing 64, I think, was made by a Western studio and not Nintendo internally like Pilot Wings 1 was. So was there an issue with them getting something from that studio, right? Like, was there an issue of them getting the licensing to use Lark for some reason? Just thinking about this now, maybe it wouldn't work. Ryota I like, though. I'm going to use Ryota as a clone of as a clone of Captain Falcon. I don't have any way of marking whether they're clones of people, unfortunately. Anyway, let's chuck... Where are you, Peppy? I did download a Peppy, didn't I? Did I just find a Peppy and then not download it by mistake? I think I did that. I think I just didn't download Peppy. Oh no, I did. Why is he not showing up? Oh, he is. He's just not called Peppy for some reason in the file. Okay, Peppy, you're in. Get on here. Get on here, you. Great Clipper Mask. And then Ryota, you're also getting on here. Because Wave Race was quite popular. And it and 1080 Snowboarding both got trophies in Melee, so it got some attention. And so let's create Clipping Mask, cool. So we've got 2 more original characters, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need 4 more clones and 2 more original characters. Could Dixie Kong get in as a clone of Diddy Kong? I think she could. I think nowadays she could even be a clone of Diddy Kong, but I think back then there's a good shot that, especially because the clones in Melee aren't as full-on clones as like the current day ones, right? What, like Dolphin Punch, like that. A 1080 rep could be more unique. Yeah, you could do Akari. But I don't think I'm not going to do Akari. How do you feel about Donkey Kong Jr. as a lighter, smaller DK clone? Ooh. Damn, that DK Jr. is also not a bad shout as a clone. Shy Guy as our Yoshi rep. So I did think about another Yoshi character, because Kamek has quite a few votes. So Kamek could be a choice for a second Yoshi character. Like, would they do Kamek, though? Remember, we've only got 2 more unique spots left. So while Dixie Kong can take one of the clone spots, that's fine. We have to be very picky with who our 2 new characters are. I see Daisy, I think, again, Daisy's... Remember, you have to remember, Daisy... like, doesn't even have a 3D model at this point. Like, she's not been in Mario Party 3 yet, and she's not been in Mario Tennis yet when these characters are being decided. So I feel like Daisy would just get skipped over anyway. Again, 2000 is too late for this. This has got to be done... For it to be on the unique roster, the character has to have been decided by about mid-1999. And then to be on the clone side of the roster, the game has to have been out by, I'm just going to say like mid-2000, so like a year later. So I feel like they were just a bit too late. But I like the idea of having Kamek. I like the idea of having Kamek on the roster. Anyone else from this Smash 2 poll? No, we're not going to have 006 Alec Trevelyan on here. So Dombe and Akari from Shin Onigashima got quite a few votes on here, more than Samurai Goro got. But again, they're Japan exclusive. Part of the reason that Ayumi got passed over is because he didn't think it would work overseas. But then again, he said the same thing about Marth, and I think in this hypothetical scenario, when we have Takamaru here as well, who was also a Japan-only character already, I think Ayumi's not too... And we're going to have the Frogs for the Bells Tolls duo. Yeah, Charizard is also a shout. I've been putting off Charizard. But he's Charizard, another Pokemon character when we have Marill at this point. Probably makes sense. So yeah, I think Charizard's one of the unique ones we're going for. Dixie's one of the clone ones we're going for. Do I do Kamek still? Do I do Kamek for... I think I want to do Kamek. I think I'm going to do Kamek for the other unique slot. I think that those are going to be our final 2. Where's Charizard? I already have a thing for him, thankfully. Where's Charizard? Where are you? There you are. Congratulations, Charizard. You're here in Melee now. You're going to be wave dashing before you know it. Cool. So that's that, and then the other one is Kamek. But would Pokemon Trainer still happen if Charizard jumps in early? So I think with Charizard, I think Pokemon Trainer still happens, but it's now no longer the Gen 1 Pokemon Trainer, if that makes sense. So Charizard's addition here does kind of kill off Squirtle and Ivysaur's chances of appearing, I'm afraid. Rest in peace, Ivysaur and Squirtle. Okay, so we got Charizard, and then the other one. So Dixie Kong, I was going to look for to be a Diddy Kong clone. Let's get her like can I get a good one of her SNES outfit? SNES appearance. I don't know why I called it outfit. Yeah, this one might do. And then get Kamek was the other one, wasn't it? And we'll get Kamek. And Kamek gives us our second Yoshi character. Congratulations, Yoshi. This was your chance. So now I guess the question is, are there any other Echo Fighters we can think of? Not Echo... Well, yeah, Echo Fighters. Echo Fighters clones, what have you. One thought I just had... what do you guys think? What about Impa over Sheik? It's such a common topic of discussion nowadays. But Ocarina of Time making Impa over Sheik, whose base roster could happen. Like in this theoretical, we're looking for characters to be added. Right? Like, let's create clip and mask. Yep. Okay. So, Birdo, Dixie Kong, Mrs. Game & Watch. Think I'd run... Yeah, see, like, I know everyone likes the Skyward Sword or Hyrule Warriors version of Impa, so... Well, the thing about adding Charizard into Pokemon Trainer in that installment... See, I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, the Diddy Dixie concept fell through because of, I think, probably technical reasons. So I don't think it would get through on Brawl anyway. Well, fans didn't. Yeah, I guess they didn't care that much for Impa. I mean, yeah, Darunia has more points than her in the poll, so I guess not. I guess that's true. How many more clones do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need 3 more clones. 3 more clones from here. Then again, we already got Ryota as a clone for Captain Falcon, don't we? Part of me is like half tempted to make Mac Rider a clone and put a Yumi in the base. But if we make Mac Rider a clone of Captain Falcon, I don't think we'd then get Ryota as a clone of Captain Falcon either. So maybe I'll just keep that decision locked in. Who on the base? Who can we have? So we got Mario as a clone, Link as a clone, Pikachu's got a clone, Martha's got a clone, Slippy's got a clone, Prince Richard's got a clone, Ness has got a clone. Captain Falcon has a clone. Diddy Kong has a clone. I think Impa as Gygas as a Mewtwo clone. I don't think they would do the Mother 1 version of Gigu, even though that's an idea. Yeah, Impa as a clone would be fine if you were also adding more Zelda characters, yeah, to the base, but we're not. So, if we're talking about wrapping stuff up, I know someone said Donkey Kong Jr. as a Donkey Kong clone. What about Kiddy Kong as a Donkey Kong clone? Because then we get all 4 of the original Donkey Kong Country characters in the base roster as well, right? So, Hitmonchan over Little Mac is also an option. Oh, even better, actually. You know what? I like the idea of Kiddy Kong as well, but you've just sparked in me a thought. So, and I'm going to do Kiddy Kong because I do want to move on to Brawl. But there is, so in Smash Brothers, right? Like, Pichu was added partially because Sakurai was like, let's have a joke character. It'd be funny to have a joke character. And if I'm following these rules, like, and doubling them all, then I feel like I should have 2 joke characters. So Pichu is 1 joke character, but the other joke character is not Kiddy Kong, even though I'm gonna add Kiddy Kong in a sec. Although Kiddy Kong could be Kiddy Kong could be a joke character. But no, the other joke character I think we're gonna have is Glass Joe from Punch-Out. He can be in as a little Mac clone who is just garbage. Just a bad character overall. Let's get him in. I have lost where he is in the thing. Uh-oh. I need to keep organized. I've got so many layers going on right now. No, I'm gonna, just to make things easier on myself, I'm gonna delete that Glass Joe, find the right layer for him, and then add him in just above it. There we go. In order to do that. So yeah, we're gonna have Glass Joe. Glass Joe is gonna be in as another joke. Great mask, yep. And then Kiddy Kong, we're getting you in. Congratulations. The fan favourite. He's here. So, yeah, there we go. Clone of Donkey Kong. Man, Kiddy Kong got in before K. Rool. What a time. What a time. Togepi as a Jigglypuff clone. I mean, it's not impossible, but 2 babies? We just have more babies now? Just all babies? Whoops. Baby Falcon, when? Yes, we need 1 more, I think. If my maths are correct, we need 1 more. 1 more character. See, Baby Mario and Baby Luigi as a duo would make a very good Ice Climbers clone. But that's an idea I have, and I don't think that's an idea Sakurai necessarily has. Baby Ganondorf. It's just pre-time skip Ganondorf and post-time skip Ganondorf, right? It's 2 separate. Young Ganondorf. Clefairy is a Jigglypuff clone. I mean, it's not impossible. That would give us all the cut characters as well. Yeah, well, yeah, that as well. I don't think the babies as ice clones happen before Partners in Time. Yeah, you're right. I don't think Zelda has anyone you can make a echo of. Wario doesn't have anyone you can make a clone of. Bowser doesn't have anyone you can make a clone of. King Dedede doesn't have anyone you can make a clone of. I think we're running out of options here. So I think Ridley is a Charizard clone. Another Panel Dupont character, I suppose, but there really isn't any that quite match up to, like, Lip. Like, they're not gonna, like, I can't really think of a different fairy you could do. Morton or Roy. Nah, I think we'll leave the Koopalings. I feel like it's always weird to just do one of the Koopalings. Clefairy is a Jigglypuff clone just to have Clefairy in isn't a bad idea. Alright. I think maybe I'll do that. It is more Gen 1, I guess. But I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. For the sake of moving on, let's have Clefairy in as a Jigglypuff clone. It uses metronome instead of uses double slap instead of pound. Oh no, I guess it can have rollout, right? Clefairy can learn rollout. So instead of pound, it has metronome. No. Down instead of rest, it has metronome because that's the funny one. And then instead of and then it has double slap instead of pound, and then roll out and sing is the same. There we go. It's Clefairy. Yes, Metroid is the only one from the first game without a second character. You are correct. That will change, obviously, in Brawl. But the thing about Metroid at this time, remember, is that there wasn't a new Metroid game, like, since Super Metroid. So there wasn't anything new for them to pull from. I know Metroid Fusion was in development at this time, but or was about. It hasn't even started development at this time. So no, it was literally there was no changes in the Metroid series for this time period. So it's tough luck, Samus. Get some new friends. I mean, Mirasami Castle also doesn't have a second character, and Panel de Pont doesn't have, and Kid Icarus doesn't have a second character as well. Yeah, the Metroid itself, the baby Metroid, got like 4th place in the miscellaneous ones, drew with Form and Spike. But I think that's like not playable character. Yeah, Omega, by all means, send me over the slots. I was going to ask for it after the show was done, and then I was going to make a cleaner version of the image. But by all means, do send me over the shots, and I can replace them as we go along. Oh yeah, make Metroid the Jigglypuff clone. Its grab is just sucks the life from. No, let's do this. So here we go. Here's our very bizarre looking melee. Congratulations, everyone. But now we're ready to move on to Brawl. Silex and Brawl to further prepare us for Prime 4. So, okay, let's go to. So, all of the Smash 64 characters are in. All of the Melee characters are in. So, starting off immediately in Brawl, we've got Zero Suits. Nope, not Diddy Kong. Zero Suit Samus. Zero Suit Samus immediately on the roster. Imagine that, a world where Zero Suit Samus is the first new character revealed for the next Smash Brothers game. We've also got Ike. We like Ike. He is here. It's Ikey boy. He gets in, no questions asked. Lucas gets in, no questions asked. Olimar gets in, no questions asked. Lucario gets in, no questions asked. So I'll leave for now. I'll leave. So let's go through before I jump on and chuck in the third parties and the clones. Let's work out what we need to do for Brawl. So Brawl had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. To add 13 Nintendo newcomers, plus 2 guest characters, plus 2 clones. So, and they're not even fully clones, they're like semi-clones, right? So we need 13 Smash characters, and we have 5 to work with. So we've got another 8 on there, 8 to add in. So let me paste this out. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then for the third parties, we've got Snake and Sonic, and then we'll have 2 more third parties, 1, 2, and then we have Toon Link. So 1, 2, there, and then Wolf as well. This is when Wolf gets in. But something else we also need to consider when doing this hypothetical Brawl, right? Yes, I'll change the name from Melee to Brawl. Something else we need to consider for this hypothetical Super Smash Bros. Brawl is who gets cut now. Like, who gets cut and who manages to avoid getting cut because we have more characters to work with. Because let's do this first. Let's figure this out first. So in Brawl, we lost Mewtwo, Roy, Dr. Mario, Young Link, Pichu. It's just those 5, right? Is there anyone else I'm forgetting? I think it's just those 5 we lost. And then, like, Ness and Jigglypuff were almost cut, but they made it back. And so we then have in Melee, in Brawl, Mewtwo was the next one nearly back, but probably didn't make it due to time constraints. Did I say Dr. Mario? Did I say Dr. Mario? Mewtwo, Roy, Dr. Mario, Young Link, Pichu. Those 5, yeah. So Mewtwo, I think, could still make it back. So what I'm going to do to properly represent this, I'm going to save first, just to be on the safe side. Let's click Dr. Mario, because yes, let's double the cuts as well. So who is not making the cut? So Dr. Mario, Roy, Mewtwo, and then Young Link and Pichu. So they're you two. So they all got cut, but now we need to cut 5 more characters. And actually, I'll cut 6 characters because I'm then going to re-add Mewtwo. And I think in this hypothetical scenario, the obvious characters cut. Pichu was cut because he was a joke character. Glass Joe, you're gone from Brawl, I'm afraid. I think Clefairy get. I think because the ones that were cut, if you look at all the ones that were cut, they were all the clone characters plus Mewtwo. So Clefairy and Glass Joe we cut. Kiddy Kong we cut. Ryota we cut. Do we cut Prince Richard or not? Do we cut Prince Richard or not? Yeah, well, that's why I think that, and then I'm re-adding Mewtwo back in. So, because I just wanted to cut the ones that did get cut in reality, and then I'll do our fictional version of reality, and who comes back. So I think Mewtwo sticks around in this scenario. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think Prince Richard probably does get cut. So Prince Richard gets cut. And then, is there anyone from the base roster who gets cut in a similar way to Mewtwo getting cut? Yeah, exactly. Brawl had no clones. It decloned every clone that came back. Yeah, that's true. But then Ness was almost cut, wasn't he, from Brawl? But then came back after Sakurai realized that Earthbound, that Mother 3 wasn't releasing. So maybe Paula gets cut as well, and then just unfortunately doesn't get to make it back, right? Maybe that's something we do here. And then the rest of them all stay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I'm gonna do that, unfortunately, for Paula. After all that argument over whether it should be Paula or Pooh or whatever, I think I'm gonna cut Paula anyway. Maybe we'll bring her back in the same way that then Jigglypuff got brought back later on. So this may get reversed at some point. But for now, I'm going to stick with this. And then what I'm going to do is we're just going to start with the third parties, because I actually think those are super easy for Brawl. Snake and Sonic were both popular picks, and Snake is a Nepo baby who got requested to get in. But there were two other big third-party characters who were really popular and got a lot of votes as well. I want to point out, got a lot of votes in the Smash 2 poll that didn't make it in. One of them is Mega Man. So I think Mega Man makes it in now. Mega Man gets to join in. And then the other one is a new third party who hasn't made it in yet. but I think would at this point in time, and that's Bomberman. Because remember, the thing about when Brawl happened is that Hudson Soft was still alive, and Bomberman was still a regular thing. And Bomberman was super supportive on the N64 and GameCube. So I think Bomberman... Hudson was super supportive of the Wii. That's also something we should consider. So with the turbo graphics and the Virtual Console and stuff. So I think Bomberman is like prime for getting in. In fact, I would argue almost that, like, similar to how Sonic was like a really last minute addition, Sonic and Mega Man are the two last minute additions here, and Bomberman is actually there with Snake right at the start. So here we go, Bomberman. Congrats! You get to be one of the guests in here. As for Toon Link and Wolf, we will come back to you later. Bomberman Act 0. So alright, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Brawl characters to work with, and Dixie Kong's obviously already now in. Like, the first immediate thought would be, let's look at the Forbidden 7 or whatever. But of those Forbidden 7, it's now Plus or Minun, Toon Zelda, Toon Sheik, who are all missing. Plus or Minun being a single slot. Don't know if they'd have open negotiations to additional companies for Brawl. Konami and Sega reached out specifically, so I think a second rep for each is more likely. A second rep for Konami and a second rep for Sega. Ooh, you know what? I think you are technically right about that. If it's a second rep for Konami, then it's Simon Belmont, so I don't have to make a new rep anyway. That's fine. If let me find. Well, you know what? I should have done this as a different thing. Sorry, I'm just messing around on my iPad to bring up the on-character selection. On-character selection. And then find the one for Brawl. Oh, Tails as well. Yeah, I guess we have to ask ourselves how much of an influence was that rumor on Sonic and getting in at all. You know what? It probably does have to be another Sonic character, because when Sonic was such a last-minute addition, that I don't think they would have had to, even a chance to fuck around with, mind my language, mess around with other. Mess around with other Sega IP. So actually, I think maybe it has to be another Sonic character. So I've been convinced. You've convinced me all. You all have convinced me. I think we are getting Tails, and we are getting Simon Belmont instead of Mega Man. Oh, well, you want Tails to take up 2 of the slots, a third party and a semi-clone. I don't think he would count. That would count for this, purely for the fact that Sonic is already a scraped together character as is. So then doing Tails as well as a scrape. If anything, Tails being somewhat of a semi-clone just means that Wolf gets to be not nearly as Frankenstein's monster as he ended up being. Okay. There you go. Oh, look, Simon's right there already. So, I know it's just going to annoy some people if I don't put Sonic and Tails next to each other, so there we go. Okay, there we go. Right, Tails then. Let's get Tails done. So, yeah, we talked about Pokemon Trainer, right? So I think this is probably the first one to address. We talked about Pokemon Trainer, and what would happen with them now that Charizard is in. I think what they would probably do is make the Pokemon Trainer be from Ruby and Sapphire instead of doing it from Red and Blue. Because Ruby and Sapphire also just doesn't have any characters. Like, Gen 3 just... Pokemon Trainer was essentially the Gen 3 rep. But that was clearly chosen. They went with that one because Charizard was so popular. So I think with Charizard being in the game already, he doesn't get added into... He doesn't lose a move and get added into Red's moveset, even though Red was also quite a popular character in the polls. I think instead we get Brendan and May. And we get both Brendan and May, unlike how Sakurai did it with just Red and not Leaf, because there's no hierarchy there. I mean, if anything, May is the more popular one of those two. So I think we get Blaziken, because Blaziken's the most popular. Yeah, well, it depends. That's the thing. Do they like the idea of Gen 1 specific? Because if I go to why Pokemon Trainer was chosen, so he wanted to do Pokemon Evolution. He wanted to do type matchups. He wanted to do a trainer, and they wanted to do the concept of starter Pokemon. See, the article version of this is out of date compared to the actual video version. But, yeah, so, like, Charizard was chosen because he was the most popular. Like, originally it was considered to do Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. And then Charizard was the most popular. Yeah, so I guess, would it be... So I think, for the sake of this, I think I'm going to stick with doing Gen 3. I think Grovyle... Yeah, Mudkip, Grovyle, and Blaziken, to me, feel like the most likely of them. So, we're going to... Mudkip, Grovyle, and Blaziken is the right pick. Oh, we're adding making it Blastoise, Ivysaur, and Charmander instead. No, I wanna represent Gen 3 here. So we are going for the Gen 3 Pokemon Trainer instead. So we're gonna have Blaziken, we're gonna have Grovyle, and we're gonna have Mudkip. And all three of them work quite well as Smash characters. Like, they've got the right sort of build for it. What's a good... I'm trying to find a good Grovyle picture. There we go. And Mudkip. Make sure I get the right one. Okay, yeah, there we go. So, in that order, it'd be Grovyle first, then Blaziken, and then Mudkip. So, I've just added in his thingy. Grovyle. Breakwave Mask. Blaziken, even. I've been saying that wrong. Blaziken? It's definitely Ken, because of Ken means fist, right? It's a fighting type. And then Blaze is obviously fire. So Blaziken. Blaziken. That's probably how you say it. That's probably the intentional way of saying it. Blaziken. And then Mudkip. It's Blaziken. Blaze Chicken. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course, because it's from chicken in English. It just happens to line up with Ken. I'm too Japan-brained, it seems. Right. So let's get... Yeah, so we get these guys in. Now... I guess... So Brawl is actually a bit easier, now that we've sort of got this down, right? Because there's going to be a new Fire Emblem character. And I think Lyn is the most obvious choice. Like, she's obviously super popular. She does use a sword. like Ike. Oh, then again, we are adding Ike actually. So would we get another Fire Emblem character? Maybe actually scratch that. Maybe we don't need another Fire Emblem character because we put Shida in Melee because Marth was already added to 64. But Ike is new to this, so we do have a designated Fire Emblem character. So maybe, sorry for a second there, Fire Emblem fans, might not be the case. But a character who we do have, a character who we are adding in, is the obviously big new Mario character for this time, Bowser Jr. So what's interesting about adding Bowser Jr. at this point in time is that Bowser Jr. here, so I didn't say it at the start, but Brawl's roster, its base roster was started in 2005. And then the clones were added in something like 2007. It's like something, it's the late 2006, 2007, something like that. So that's our cutoff point for stuff. So that means that Bowser Jr. has primarily New Super Mario Bros. DS and Mario Sunshine as his main things to draw from. And what that actually gives us is something rather interesting, because Bowser Jr. didn't start getting associated with the Koopa Clown car until New Super Mario Bros. Wii, I think, which wouldn't be out, or Giant Bowser Jr., which wouldn't be out at this time. So this version of Bowser Jr. that's getting in now is not in the Koopa Clown car. It would probably be more inspired by New Super Mario Bros. DS, where he's essentially mini Bowser. His standard special would be like a fireball that he spits out. His side special would be like a rollout type thing where he's in his shell and rolling around. And then up special and down special can kind of be whatever. Whatever just works. But Bowser Jr. is obviously like the big one. Because this is why Rosalina doesn't get added now, because Super Mario Galaxy would have been too early for her. Like, it would be too early in development for her to be added now. That's why she didn't even get assist trophy position. So Bowser Jr., you get to be in. But if we're adding Bowser Jr., and this is Brawl and stuff, because one thing we had to say, so another reason to not do Charizard is I didn't really bring it up, but we added Sheik into Melee, but we didn't necessarily say that Zelda transforms into Sheik, right? Because Zelda's already a Smash 64 character. Obviously she needs a new move. But would that move be the transformation? I mean, maybe. It could still maybe be the transformation. But I think Bowser Jr. turning into Shadow Mario is absolutely something that would happen in Brawl. And then Shadow Mario has the paintbrush stuff, which means by having Bowser Jr., we also do get to have Shadow Mario as a character. Whether that works in the same way that Sheik and Zelda's transformation works, where it's a special, or whether it's like Zero Suit Samus's transformation, where it's like the final smash. Either way, I think Shadow Mario gets in as well in this time, at this point in time. So, nice. Cool, so we have 3 more characters to only go for Brawl. Which is kind of funny when you really stop to think about it. So do we get another Kirby character? Right? We added Meta Knight in early. Bandana Waddle Dee doesn't exist at this point in time. In fact, Kirby's not really doing anything at this point in time. So in fact, I think Kirby just doesn't get anything. There is no new Kirby character. Yeah, Lucario was the new Pokemon choice, and we've got him. He's still here, so Lucario is still fine. Sakurai does love his Marks, but Marks also just didn't get much attention in Smash until, you know, Ultimate. Makai is too late, because Makai will have been after. Ike's the new Fire Emblem character. So we have 3 more. We have 3 more slots. We've added Rob already, so my gut instinct is that we do need to have one more funny retro character to replace Rob. And I wonder whether or not the funny retro character to replace Rob could be Duck Hunt, or whether there'd be someone else. Do we think the Duck Hunt... Do we think Duck Hunt could summon the gunman in Brawl? I think he probably could. Given other characters can summon people. Like, King Diddy can throw Waddle Dees and stuff around, can't he? So, I think that we can absolutely get Duck Hunt hit now, instead of saving it for Smash 4. Yeah, Canvas Curse would have been the latest time. I don't think that gives us anything to work with for Kirby, so... So I think, yeah, I think I'm going to bring Duck Hunt forward as just the next one sort of in line for this front. Now, I guess, does King K. Rool also come forward? Because obviously Diddy Kong got added into Brawl, so Donkey Kong got a new character. Do we think that King K. Rool gets brought forward as well? Because he's still around. He's being used in the Pound games at this point in time. But like Nintendo hasn't decided that King K. Rool should be around. The Game Boy Advance Donkey Kong Country games are coming out, so it's not like Smash 4 where King K. Rool felt really like forgotten because Returns didn't use him. So I think we're going to allow for King K. Rool to rock up as well. So I don't want to add. Waluigi is the next character I'm thinking of, but I really don't feel like I want to add in another Mario character after having King K. Rool, who sort of semi counts, and then Bowser Jr. and Shadow Mario. Do we have a WarioWare character? I think Touch would have just come out, so I can't really see anything happening there. Sin and Punishment. See, Sin and Punishment is an interesting one, because Sin and Punishment obviously got its big popularity boost when it came out on the Virtual Console, but that wouldn't have happened yet. It's hard to know at what point Saki was decided as an assist trophy, whether it was decided at that time. Oh, we also talked about Custom Robo, didn't we? Custom Robo is still getting games. But then how many new series did Brawl add? Brawl only added in Pikmin and Robot, right? Didn't add any more. Ignoring the third parties, obviously. Like, a big part of Brawl's whole identity is that it was introducing the... It was introducing the lacking All-Stars. The ones that felt like they were still missing. Oh, Kid Icarus, you're right. But that's already here in this scenario. Ah, yeah, but Kid Icarus is like a retro pick. Well, obviously we have Duck Hunt, but Duck Hunt sort of fills the niche that Rob does. Do we need another retro pick, do we think? Or does Custom Robo fill that slot? Because Custom Robo was quite relevant at this time. It got a GameCube game, a DS game was just about to come out. I don't think Palutena gets anything yet. Palutena obviously got her sort of comeback in Brawl, like her redesign, but she didn't have anything to really work with, and that's why I hadn't brought up any other Kid Icarus character. Could have maybe brought up Medusa for Melee as a unique character, but we didn't do it in the end. Oh, wait. Crystal as well. This would be Crystal's time to shine. You didn't double new non-clone newcomers. You were just replacing characters added in earlier. What do you mean, sorry? Because we haven't done we haven't done the who is taking the spot of Toon Link Wolf, who's being added on to the end of that. We're going to tackle that afterwards. But yes, we have Crystal as well. Crystal's an option from Star Fox. Obviously, we are adding Wolf in. And we know Wolf was chosen over Crystal because Crystal wouldn't work as a thing. But Crystal was a super popular character at this time, right? So do we think Crystal has a chance of being added in here? She was really popular in the GameCube era. Star Fox in general was really popular. But we're also lacking a... We're also lacking a retro character. Oh, it's really bothering me, this. Because now... Unless Duck Hunt just counts as the retro character. Yeah, because look, we've replaced Pokemon Trainer. And we've replaced, essentially, Wario. And, I guess just Wario, actually. I guess Shadow Mario is taking the place of someone else on the roster. Yeah, I guess why would Duck Hunt not be the retro character? Yeah. No, oh, wait, no, wait. Hold on. Oh, yeah, no, of course. Oh, no, yeah, Chris is totally right. Oh, no, never. Whoops, Yeah, no, Chris is 100% right on this. I haven't, like, doubled Brawls. I just wrote Brawls out and then I replaced them, didn't I? Because Brawl got 13. Brawl doesn't get 13. It gets 26. Right, I've completely miscalculated this. Never mind. Hold on a sec, then. all this panicking and overthinking for no reason. Because we can just bring all these down. So yeah, no, yeah, you're 100% right. Yes, no, yeah. So okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay. No, trying to like grab all of these guys. I think it goes. I think if my math is right, it's like this much. Okay, this one. Nope. I need to do both of you. Yep. Sonic. Yeah, okay, so I was over worrying about this for no reason. We've got plenty of room for characters. So okay. So we've been replacing them so far. I'll chuck Duck Hunt at the end here. Yeah, no, I am. It's because they're all there's all sorts of. See, because then it moves all of them ones as well. So, I'll sort it all out in a sec. So let's do that. So okay, so actually, yeah, we got way more to work with than I was considering. So, all right, so Crystal then. Crystal definitely getting in. I think Custom Robo Dude Ray is also certainly getting in. And I think we can have a second retro character then, because we had because Pit sort of came in to fill that role, didn't he? Man, basically like the entire Star Fox team is hit. All 4 of the 64 guys, plus Crystal, and then Star Wolf as well, just to add on to everything. So Crystal and Ray. Which was the one that was assist trophy? Was it Ray Mark III? Was Ray Mark III from the DS game, or was it from the game? Or was it from the GameCube game? It was from the DS game, which wasn't out at this time. So I think. But then again, would they just use Ray's? If Sakurai knew that there was a new custom Robo game in development, he probably would just use Ray's upcoming one, wouldn't he? So with that in mind, I'm going to just use Ray's. I'm just going to use Ray Mark III. And then I think just like Olimar, Ray wouldn't actually be tiny toy size like he is in So let's get Crystal in here. Okay. And then let's get Ray in here as well. So okay, with so many characters then to work with, we've got a lot more freedom than I initially thought. So why don't we just add Lynn in as well? Let's just chuck Lindis in. Because I know she's a fan favourite. And 2 Fire Emblem characters is fine, even if they're both swordies. So yeah, we need another retro pick. Who do we think would make for a good retro pick? We had Pit. Dombe, someone said Dombe and Hikari. And maybe that would be it. Maybe something to do with them would be the choice. Dombe and Hikari have a more fighting chance than like Ayumi does. Even though Sakurai likes Famicom Detective Club. Okay. Yeah, so Mark 3 was the one. Yeah, but Mark 3 was the one in Brawl. It came out in 2006. But I think if Sakurai went to them and were like, "Oh, I want to include a custom Robo character," they'd probably just show him the design for Ray Mark 6, and then they would go for that one anyway, because he'd probably play the same, right? Like, oh, Isaac from Golden Sun. Yeah, Golden Sun is certainly a shout. Golden Sun's definitely more likely at this point in time. So, why not? Why don't we chuck in Isaac from Golden Sun? And then... who did I just say? Dombe, yeah. So I actually think... yes! Dark Samus. I'm glad you mentioned it. Dark Samus was one I was going to also bring up for this. Dark Samus would have been... Prime 2 would have just come out, right? So, and Dark Samus would have had a future going on. So, yeah, 2004. So, yeah, so Dark Samus... So I think Dark Samus would 100% get in. 100% get in base roster to give Metroid another character. So we're going to have Dark Samus here, and we're going to also add in... I will put in Dombe and Hikari as our little... as our duo of retro picks. Let's get a transparent one. I don't know if there's really any way to easily get both of them in into the thing. This is really tiny artwork for them as well. Not great, but it'll do. Oh, and I said Isaac as well, didn't I? Isaac from Golden Sun. Cool, nice and easy. Three on the roster. Assist trophies are definitely a good place to look for additional characters that they would have considered. Because obviously assist trophies were sort of chosen with being... So I guess with that in mind, would we have Saki from... With that in mind then, would we have Saki from Golden Sin and Punishment as well? No, I think Saki is just a bit too late. Because Saki's really only got in because of how well Sin and Punishment did. So I think unfortunately... Saki wouldn't be considered yet for this. So let's go through this. So it was make sure I'm clicking on the right random as well. So we're gonna have Dombe and Akari as our replacement for Pit. Clipper mask. We're going to have Isaac, Mr. Isaac Golden Sun himself, because that would have been a big series at the time that they would have considered. So let's get that Ewan. And let's also get in Dark Samus as well. And we'll use the Prime 2 design for Dark Samus. Because even though Prime 3 would have been a thing, I think Prime 2 would have been the one that they would have still used for this moment anyway. Cool, awesome. Glad we got that sorted. So, deep your DMs. Oh, Don Banico. I'll do that after this, Omega. Once we've gone through Brawl, I'll quickly deep into DMs and I'll grab all the slots that you've likely sent over. I just haven't brought Discord up. So yeah, Advance Wars. Fossil Fighters is owned by Nintendo, but Fossil Fighters didn't exist at this point because it's a DS game. Advance Wars is also a good shout. I just wonder who they would do from Advance Wars. Like, they had to do generic... Would it be Sammy? Would it actually be Sammy? The one that we wanted to do. The one that everyone wanted to see. Let's think of some existing series that could have gotten another character. So, Waluigi. Do we think Waluigi has a shot at this stage in Smash Brothers? Like Waluigi. Yeah, I think if I was to do any Advance Wars character, it would be Waluigi. Yeah. Do we get? Yeah, do we get Waluigi? That's what I'm thinking. Do we do Waluigi? A WarioWare character other than Ashley? Yeah, well, 9-Volt, I guess, would be the most obvious choice for another WarioWare character. Like, what other... So, because a lot of Brawl's characters, half of it was filling in All-Stars who were missing, and the other half was filling in new characters who were highly relevant from series. And then Pit. And then there was Pit. But because we already brought Pit along and Takamaru along, Don Meikari is going to fill that role. So I guess it would just be characters who are highly relevant at that point. So here's for Zelda. No, so they wouldn't do Animal. So Animal Crossing was already considered for Brawl and specifically not chosen because he couldn't think of anything. And I think the same thing would go for Mii Fighters. So we wouldn't do either of them. So I don't think we'd do them. I'm wondering whether or not we do a Zelda character, because obviously they swapped over to Twilight Princess style, but Wind Waker was obviously super popular. Do we have Midna? Do we think Midna's got a shot of getting in this game? Because obviously Sheik was chosen for Ocarina, and Sheik was chosen before Zelda was chosen. So I think it's probably because Sakurai just likes ninjas. That Sheik was technically a one-off character. So Midna, I think there's a chance of Midna being in this. Midna and Wolf Link, yeah, definitely. So let's do Midna and Wolf Link. So we're going to have Midna and Wolf Link. Do we do Waluigi or not do Waluigi? To Waluigi or not to Waluigi? That is the question. And do we do another Kid Icarus character now? Do we give Pit his due? And if we do we do Palutena or do we do Medusa? Because Palutena, if she got in, would have to just have a completely made up moveset because there's nothing that she does. But she does get a Brawl design. She does get a new redesign at this point to match with Pit. who I guess in this mindset, Pit would be in Smash 64 using his classic look, and that would stay in Melee, and then I guess he would just get it updated in Brawl. What do we think of Palutena as a choice for this? I'll let you guys give it some thought. I'm going to go ahead and add. No, I don't. You know, I don't think. I think I will add 9-volt. Actually, I think it'd be between 9-volt or Cat and Anna. Actually, Cat and Anna were the ones chosen for the assist trophy, weren't they? For Sakurai likes ninjas. So maybe it's Cat and Anna who get chosen for this from WarioWare. Maybe that's what I should just be looking at. What assist trophies made it into Brawl, and figuring out from there which characters would have been likely, and the character has to have come from something. Because like Barbara the Bat is also an interesting idea for a character, and Daigasso Band Brothers is 2004, so actually that's possible. Yeah. Chat is frozen on stream. Time for a refresh. Refresh. Stupid chat widget. So garbage. So let's just refresh all that. Don't know why it has trouble with this. So yeah, okay, so let's do we're gonna do Midna. Then do Midna and Wolflink. I've already got that downloaded. Oh, nice and easy, Midna. And then I think we get Barbara the Bat, I think, gets added. A very out there choice, but I think Barbara makes it in. Because Jam with a Band is the right time for this. She's got the right design for Smash. She'd be a unique looking character. I think she can get in. Who else? So Dr. Wright wouldn't do. Excite Biker I don't think would do. Grey Fox, no. Hellerin, Isaac we've already done. Jill from Drill Dozer. Little Mac's already in the game. Mr. Rossetti's not being made playable. Ray is in the game. When did Drill Dozer come out, actually? That's also an option, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Barbara, you're here. So something we are allowed on the roster is semi-clones, because obviously Lucas is a semi-clone, so we can think of some semi-clones. So if we think that Black Bull has a shot with F-Zero as a Captain Falcon semi-clone, we could do it. We could easily add in the Blood Falcon. I think we definitely do need a WarioWare character though. So Is chat back on stream now? Just checking. I think it is. Yeah. So, Sammy. So, yeah, people are saying Mona, but Sakurai went for Kat and Anna. In Smash. And Jimmy T. Hey, push. Why not Tingle? Yeah, good point, actually. Tingle is also a shout, isn't he? So my only thing with Tingle is he'd be the only Toon character. So unless we think in this hypothetical scenario that Toon Link is actually base roster material as well. Because like I literally just said, semiclones could count. So potentially, do we think that Toon Link is in the base roster for this as well? And then we get Tingle on the side. I'm kind of thinking that could be a possibility. Because then you get both. Then you get two Wind Waker style characters. So let me grab Sammy. Let me grab Tingle. So I'll do that. Sammy, Advance Wars. Tingle, and make sure it's his Wind Waker design as well. I've got to use that one. Tingle. Zelda. Oh, no, Tingle Wind Waker. What am I doing? Tingle Zelda. Cool. Adding two links in the base. Well, I mean, Wolf Link is more so Midna, right? More so than it is. Like, I feel like that's more likely to have than Midna being in there. So we've got votes for Mona, Jimmy T, Kat, and Anna. I'm going to do a Pooh and Paula situation. So I want everyone in chat to tell me Mona or Jimmy or 9volt or Kat and Anna. And I will put in whichever one gets the most votes. So everybody, now make your voice heard, please. While you're doing that, I will add in Tingle and Sammy. Where do I put Tingle? There he is. Where did I put Tingle in here? I did it again, Josh. I didn't click on... There we go. Come on, at least I found it this time immediately. Tingle... Okay. Right, Tingle and then Sammy. Sammy Advance Wars. Tingle jumpscare. Did I just let it... Where is... Oh, there she is. She's at the top. Got it. So before I do that, let's click on this. Low quality Sammy, here we go. That's clipping layer, cool, excellent. So what have we got? So we've got Mona, 9volt, Mona, 9volt, Mona, Tingle. Okay, so it's looking like Mona's winning out on this front. So while I try and think of two more, you guys still have more time to vote for which warrior character you want me to add. So we've got two more to pick from. Yeah, I don't think I've forgotten to say anyone's name. Anyone? Did I? We didn't say anyone. And I've just slipped my mind on it. Don't think you'd do Devil from the Devil World either. Like that's all stuff. And Hammer Bros. That's all stuff. Oh yeah, Waluigi, didn't we? We said Waluigi. Um, do we do Waluigi? That's a question. That is a question. All right, Josh, that is a question. Um, Nightmare Nicky, Nintendo. We won't do Nintendo. As much as I really want Saki, I think he's just too late for the base roster because it's it's like yes, because of the virtual console stuff. So oh, Starfy. Starfy is a shout for a character. Well, it's not so much about it being a semi-clone. Oh, yo, you mean like in post? I mean, as like alongside Wolf, you mean? Um, yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of any character who would play like Saki on here. Ray, maybe. I mean, I suppose if you wanted to make a weird Frankenstein combination, I just don't know if they would do it for Saki, unfortunately. But Starfy is a shout. Because the Legend of the Starfy series was really relevant at this time. So let's do Starfy. Let's do Starfy. Let's do Luigi as well. And then the warrior character. An old. Because Waluigi obviously got in as an assist trophy, didn't he, at this time? So he was clearly on Sakurai's mind. Let's see here. Oh, if we come to the end of the music as well, I'll have to put on something else to keep this going. Let me do that. So, did you not end up doing Jill after all? Oh yeah, Jill from Thingy. I think we won't do Jill, just based on everything else we've got on here. Now, I think Jill's just not going to. I think Starfy's more likely than Jill, right? Starfy had like 4 games at this point in time, right? And Jill was like relatively new, so I just don't think that's going to be happening. I'm trying to think if there's any. We've done Chill. Oh, did he do it? Volume 2, I wonder. Yes, there is a part 2 to this playlist. Excellent. Cool. Put on that sick nasty Air Riders remix. Okay, so I think I'm going to put it here. So Mona's clearly getting all of the votes here, so I guess we'll go for Mona. Mona WarioWare. Let's get truly cursed early WarioWare art of Mona as well. Just fitting for the time. Cool. So we're coming to the end of Brawl now. So we've got Starfy. So let's get Starfy in first. Which is a representation of what was currently relevant for Nintendo at that time. Let's get Waluigi. and then we will get... I did it again, didn't I? I did Waluigi to the top without thinking, and then I'll grab Mona, and we'll get Mona in here. And then we can move on to the semi-clones. So obviously, because we've jumped up, we've got an interesting discussion to have with the semi-clones, because we've pulled Toon Link up into the base, and kept Wolf down there. So now we've got to consider the other Forbidden 7, right? So like Jigglypuff. So we said that, like, in a similar way to how Jigglypuff managed to come back after being cut, Mewtwo also came back after being cut. And even if we were to say, like, oh yeah, you know, Marill was also going to be cut, like, then Marill comes back as well, just in the same way that Jigglypuff comes back. So they're still all remaining cut here. So the question then now is, though, do we have Toon Zelda plus, or it's between Toon Zelda, a plus or Minun, and that's it really. It's just between those two, and for one of them, and then the others is two characters. Who do we think on this roster? Who do we think on this current roster could get away with having a semi-clone? Like, could there be more Forbidden 7s? Could there be a Forbidden 14? All right. Who do we think could fit this role in the semi-clone department based on who we've currently got on the roster? Why Switchy stands up like that? Because he is. Like, well, so here's the thing with Toon Sheik, right? It's not Tetra. Toon Sheik isn't Tetra, and I just don't really think Sakurai would make Toon Sheik. So I think if Toon Zelda is coming in, like, Toon Sheik's obviously an idea they had, but I almost wonder if in practice, if they was going to go ahead with it, would Toon Zelda just be Zelda without the transformation, and that would be like the difference between them, and just have a different down special? Or would Toon Zelda not get the chance because of Toon Sheik? Like, do they have to come together? There's no way around it. In which case, Plusle and Minun would be the choice for the next slot. And who else do we have? Alf doesn't exist at this point in time, so we can't do Alf. We wouldn't do another Koopaling or anything like that. King K. Rool doesn't have anyone. Crystal doesn't have anyone. I don't think we need another Fire Emblem character for filling this role. Right, I think they'd just bring Roy back if we were going to do one. Louis as with Olimar? Louis with Olimar, that's not a... See, I think with the thing with the semi-clones, though, is that they all also add something different, right? They're not identical. They're not like Echoes. So could Louis add anything new if he was made in as a semi-clone? Right? Do we think there could be anything else that's new that comes to them? Oh yeah, one of the semi-clones, actually, I do think we would get, if we're going to get Waluigi, now is the time for us to also get Daisy. So I'm gonna chuck Daisy in. Like, at least for me, I feel like if you're gonna have, like, I already think it's silly the fact that we've got Daisy in the game in Ultimate, but we don't have Waluigi as well to, like, even things out, bugs me. So I think that, like, we need to have one of them. I think we need to have both of them, sorry. So I'm going to add Daisy in. I'll sort that out in a sec. So let's chuck Daisy in on here. Big, massive, scary Daisy. Perfect mid-2000s era render. Probably a bit more high quality than the 2000s, actually. It's probably Wii U era. No, I don't think they'd do Dark Meta Knight. I don't think that's happening. Kirby will get his time in the next one. In Smash 4. Do not worry about that. That's when he returns. So yeah, so we get Daisy. So yeah, basically, yeah. Do we have Toon Zelda or do we have Plusle and Minun? They're gonna go through one of the random slots. Glass Joe we already have push. He's hidden right now. We added Glass Joe in Melee, so he'll make his grand return when we get to Ultimate and everybody is here. But for now, he's been cut from Brawl, unfortunately. So like, yeah. So do we have Toon Zelda or Plusle and Minun, and then we need one more to someone else who can also be added from this time as a semi-clone. Klaus? Ooh. Yeah, that's not too bad actually. We could take stuff for not necessarily just Klaus directly, but if we were to do the Masked Man, right? If we were to do the Masked Man and take some elements from Klaus and then take some elements from Toon Link and the swords, right? Like, we could have we could be working with something there. Then again, they didn't consider it. I scratched that a little bit actually, because they didn't consider it for Lucas in the original. I think like if we have to have another. Then again, they didn't consider Daisy either, so. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's do Masked Man. Let's do it. Let's get Klaus in, and we'll do. Oh yeah, I'm leaning towards Plusle and Minun as well. For this. So can I get a good one of Plusle? You know, Omega, do you have a good one of Plusle and Minun for as one icon that I can just borrow? Yeah, there's no actual good render of Masked Man. I guess I will use the fan one. Otherwise I have to use the sprite. So let's chuck him in there. Truly, most mid-2000s roster of all time on there. Let's see. Let's have a look. Omega, what have you got for me? It's nice. Okay, I will. You know, I don't want to waste too much time. So I'll clean this all up afterwards because I don't want to make people sit there and watch me go through it all. But I will download the Plusle and Minun if you've got it. Yeah, I'll put Plusle on there for now while I wait. But thank you for these, by the way. I will clean them up after. Let's see. Transparent. I'll probably make it a slightly better shape as well, because it's going to be very long right now. This final one. I cannot find good ones of Plusle and Minun together, so do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put Plusle, and then I'm just going to... Minun is just going to be an implied inclusion on this. The implied Minun. Because that's how they would do it, right? Plusle and Minun, like, they're obviously listed together, but they're listed as the same character, not separate, which to me says that they're not like ice climbers. I think instead it would be like Plusle is the default, and then mining is just the costume, and then they jump back and forth. That's how I think they would do plus and mining if they how they got it. So cool. This now is our Brawl roster. Let's scroll up. So this is our Brawl roster that we've got. The circa 2008 Brawl Super Smash Brothers roster. Zelda's getting more love here than it did in real life. Star Fox is getting an extreme amount of love here with all the characters coming over from beforehand. And we're getting a whole lot of new IP as well, which is always nice to see. So now, though, we are on to Smash 4. So I'm going to move this one as well. We are on Smash 4 now. And with Smash 4, I'm going to save this as well. With Smash 4, where do we go? Okay, so, Villager, obviously, immediately. Villager's going to be all the way up blooming here, isn't he, somewhere? Where's the Animal Crossing Villager? Like, all the way here. Jeez. So, we got Villager, Wii Fit Trainer. What a time. We know Wii stuff. Trying to remember, when was the character selection for Smash 4? When did it start? When did the project plan for Smash 4 get done? It was like right after Kid Icarus Uprising and Awakening came up. August 2012 is what I've got written down. So that's our cutoff point. August 2012. Anything after that does not make it into Smash 4. It's even the Echo Fighters, right? I guess Alf is like the border of this. Yep, okay, there we go, that's the right size. Before, yeah, Pokemon X and Y is different. We knew they had upcoming Pokemon character, right? So, Greninja. Nope. I lost it. I've got so many layers on this file, on this folder. Greninja. Cool, yep, Greninja. Then we've got Palutena. We've got is this lined up correctly? Yes, it is. I think so anyway. No, I don't think it's lined up correctly on the side. It's just all magnet into place, so if it's not, I'm just going to be annoyed. I'll fix it after. We've got our 3 Miis. All 3 of our Miis. And I don't think we need to come up with 3 more Mii archetypes in this doubled roster. Robin and Shulk. Oh, you know what? I made an entire new icon for Bowser Jr. when I didn't need to because I already have a Bowser Jr. icon. I'm silly. Why did I do that? I just suddenly realised that. Why did I make an entirely new icon for Bowser Jr.? He's got one right here. I'll just cover it. Yeah, because that's going to mess things up, so I can't do that. So, because I need this random to go here. And Duck Hunt as well is already taken. So, how many... Let's do the math again. Good old... Let's get some game math in. So, we've got... There was Villager, Wii Fit... So, in real life, we got Villager, Wii Fit Trainer, Rosalina and Luma, Little Mac, Greninja. So, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 10, 11, 12, 13, 13 newcomers from Nintendo, plus 2 third parties again, and then 2 clones again. It's exactly the same as Brawl, it turns out. So for the base, because we're going to do base before we do DLC. So with this in mind, it's the same amount of Brawls then, so we're jumping up 13 to 26. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 under Palutena is where Mega Man's going to go. Like 2 rows under Palutena even. And then Pac-Man as well is going next to Mega Man. And then we'll do 2 third parties here. And then we do the Echo Fighters, in which we will also need 2 more Echo Fighters for. So let's do that. And then we get Dark Pit as well. This random one is off. So we'll need 2 more. Also, these are not correctly... Why did I do this? This is... Am I stupid? Why have I done this? These are already lined up. Okay, there we go. So we got a random one that we can put here. That'll be our first random one. Is there anyone from Ultimate that we can bring down? I don't think they would do Isabelle yet. And Ridley, again, too big. So wouldn't do that one yet. We already brought Simon forward. Incineroar doesn't exist yet. Inklings don't exist yet. So we're not... That's fine. Yeah, what about the cuts in the bet? So we know Dr. Mario comes back. So we're bringing Dr. Mario back. And we've also... Because we're going to double this all... We're also bringing back one other cut melee vet. Right? So, who gets in? Remember now, Dr. Mario was chosen because he was a costume for Mario initially. And Lucina was going to be a costume, and Dark Pit was going to be a costume. And then that got scrapped in favour of bringing them back. So whichever character we pick, I think also needs to fill in that role of who could be a costume. So from our original cuts, you know who I think it probably is of all characters? I think it's probably Prince Richard. I think Prince Richard is absolutely the character I could see them deciding should be a costume for... Prince Richard is the one I could see them deciding should be a costume again. And then doesn't make it. So a bit neat. Keep me updated on who needs. Alright, we'll do. So Prince Richard makes it. Prince Richard gets to come back. Congratulations, Prince Richard. Oh, you two should be on along the sides as well. Yeah, I'm also going to, because I already obviously made it, I'm going to bring Bomberman back, and I'm going to add Bomberman as one of the third parties, because I still think there's a chance Bomberman gets added in as a third party around this time, and I already made the thing, so even if Hudson was kind of dead at this point and it was back to Konami, going to do that. So Dr. Mario's back, and Prince Richard gets to come back. But yes, there's a good point that Ice Climbers gets cut because it doesn't work on the thingy. And based on all of this, right, I don't think it's not... well, first off, let me find Prince Richard wherever I put him. Where have I put him? So many layers. Jesus. Blastio, Clefairy, no. Ryota, no. Paula, no, there he is. No, that's Paula. Prince Richard, there he is. So it's not Plusle and Minun who get cut, because like I just explained, Plusle and Minun aren't 2 characters fighting along at the same time. They're not in the data files that way. Plusle and Minun were... The way they've been included as a Forbidden 7 implies that they are Plusle as Costume 1, Costume 2 is Minun, and then it jumps back and forth. So they're both the same, but they're not fighting alongside this. It's not an Ice Climber situation. What would be an Ice Climber situation, though, is Dombey and Ikare, because they'd both be together. So I think Ice Climbers gets cut, and then Dombey and Ikare get cut as well. So those two are now gone because they just would not work on the 3DS. I think everyone else is probably fine for 3DS, based on what we know that they had. They did get, so... Oh, actually, no, because the Pokemon Trainer got cut, didn't they? The Squirtle and Ivysaur got cut. So actually, we need to cut Mudkip and Grovyle as well. So long, Mudkip. So long, Grovyle. We have to cut you both. Unfortunate. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles. But Blaziken gets to be in on his own as a thing. So, there's a lot of fire-type bias in the universe. Blaziken's just the most popular out of the three of them as well. You can also get a Mega... Oh no, he doesn't have a Mega form yet, does he? So you wouldn't get a Mega Evolution thing. It's also the final stage, so that helps. So, what other characters do we think they will add here for Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS? So we have to think it's a chorus kit, right? Do we get... Oh, Mega Blaziken was in X and Y? Oh, perfect. Mega Blaziken is here as well. It gets to be here as a Final Smash. Snake got cut. Oh yeah, Snake did get cut, didn't he? Yeah, so we don't really know why, but I guess because they never went back for Snake, we can sort of assume they never went back for Simon as well, if we're going to be doubling up. So both Snake and Simon are gone, but Sonic and Tails get to remain. But then Bomberman doesn't get to come in, because he's owned by Konami at this point. If they never went back to... Oh, Bomberman, I'm sorry, you're just not getting in. You're not getting in, are you? Oh, tragic. Absolutely tragic. Okay. Yeah, we're going to do DLC after that. We're going to wait on DLC. Now, there is a question, I mean, the music's quite relevant for this, of does Ryu get added to the base roster of this game instead of being DLC? Like, I think he does. I think he does. I think Ryu made sort of sense as the next one along. So I think Ryu gets bumped down. And you know what? I'm going to do something pretty... Oh, no, actually, no, never mind, actually. I was about to say, does Ken also get bumped down as an Echo Fighter in this game? But then we have to... But then again, Echo Fighters, in this game at least, originally started off as costumes, and I don't think he would do Ken as a costume. I think he'd be his own standalone thing. And I don't think we'd get both Ryu and Ken immediately like this. So actually, I don't think that's going to be the case. Cloud still remains as DLC though, because Square want that DLC money. But Ryu gets to be here. Ryu and Heihachi to match companies. Oh, I really like that idea, actually. Ryu and Heihachi. No, it probably would be Heihachi. Well, would he do Heihachi, or would we get Kazuya still? I don't know if... Oh, you're right, Wolf did get cut, you're right. And if Wolf gets cut, then I think we also need to cut another one of our Echoes, and I think they would probably cut Masked Man. I think Masked Man is the... Oh, because Lucas got cut, didn't he? Lucas also got cut. Oh, I forgot how many characters got cut in this. Oh, who also gets cut then? So we cut Lucas, and I'm sure Lucas was cut because he just wasn't needed because he played too much like Ness. But in this hypothetical scenario, Dark Samus would be different enough from Thingy. But Shadow Mario would be different enough, but he's the only other one I could see them wanting to cut. See, I don't know, would Barbara get cut? But there was the series was still getting stuff. Yeah, Lucas, Mewtwo, and Roy are the veterans added later as DLC. Yeah. So Wolf was cut. And then we need to cut one more because Lucas was cut. And I'm really trying to think who would be the most likely cut from all of these. I'm leaning towards Shadow Mario being the one that gets cut. Even though Shadow Mario does play a little differently from everyone else. Then again, I suppose actually if we're talking about redundancies, it probably is Plusle and Minun, isn't it? If that was the logic behind why they got cut, then it probably is Plusle and Minun. So Plusle gets cut as well. I think they keep Daisy. I think Daisy's more popular. So here's a question for you all, actually. We obviously already stated that Bowser Jr. gets in with a new Super Mario Bros. DS/Sunshine style moveset. Do the Koopalings still get added anyway with the Koopa Clown Car? Like, do we get the Koopalings as a newcomer without Bowser Jr. being a part of it? I don't know who the 8th character would be in this scenario. Like, I don't know who the 8th Koopaling would be. Because it wouldn't be Bowser Jr. But, in theory then, the moveset still exists. Could it be Boom Boom? Did Boom Boom come out? Baby Bowser is an option. Baby Bowser isn't... Well, did Baby Bowser ever ride the Koopa Clown Car? Did anyone ever ride the Koopa Clown Car that wasn't the Koopalings and Bowser? I suppose it doesn't necessarily matter. Koopa Kid is dead, I'm afraid. Koopa Kid is gone. But the Koopalings, I think, get to live. They get to exist still as a newcomer for this. So congrats on the Koopalings for getting to come through because Bowser Jr. had to get a new moveset. Gonna just try and squeeze all of them onto this thing. Cool. Right, so who else do we who else would be relevant? Let's take a look at the assist trophies for this era again and see what we can, if there's anything we can learn from anything we can path. So Ashley was added as an assist trophy at this point. Ashley was pretty relevant at this point as well for Nintendo. Well, she becomes really relevant. She becomes really relevant between this and that. But she was still quite popular. So I'm going to give Ashley an addition here as well. I also wonder whether or not Sakurai would like be doubly biased for Kid Icarus, and we get Medusa as well on top of getting Palutena as a newcomer and Dark Pit. I mean, I could see it. I could definitely see it happening. So maybe I will also just give us Medusa from Kid Icarus as well. Would he go for Medusa or would he go for Hades or Viridi? I don't think he'd do Viridi. I think I'm leaning towards it being Medusa, though I could very easily see it being Hades instead. I'm gonna make it Medusa though. Okay, we are going to chuck in Ashley, and we're gonna get Ashley in. Oh, whoa! Jump scare Ashley. Wait, what? Don't add it in at the highest size. Stupid thing. Oh wait, no. I'm silly. That's not the right place for this. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's what I wanted. So we get Ashley. Just taking up the whole space. And then we get... who did I say? Medusa. That's it. The Kid Icarus comeback is real. After Pit introduced in Smash 64 and then proceeds to get nothing. until Smash 4, where it's suddenly an implosion. It's a Kirby effect. Speaking of, Kirby's back. And who do we get for Kirby? So there's obviously one character in mind that I'm sure you're all talking about. Bandana D. I think Magolor is also a chance. So part of me really wants to be mean and just not do Bandana D. Or do like Waddle D, given how Sakurai acted with Air Riders. But you know what? I'll do let's do Bandana D. Bandana D and Magolor. I'll do both of them. Because I think there is a world where both get in with this much going on. Bandana D. The thing about Marks is very boss material. And remember, at this point in time, Marks didn't have a playable moveset either. So right. So where are we putting these? We're putting BD. Putting BD here. Create clip and mask, and then we do Magolor as well. Cool, excellent. Right. Who else have we got from this era of assist trophies? Chain Chomp's not happening. Color TV Game's not happening. Dark Sam's already in. So Dylan is an option. From Dylan's Royal and Western. Girahim. Isabelle shows up as an assist trophy, but I don't think New Leaf was out yet. So, well, no. I mean, New Leaf was out. Sorry, but I don't think New Leaf was out. Was New Leaf out? When did New Leaf launch? Animal Crossing New Leaf. First released in 2012. November 2012, though, so it had been after the characters were decided. I think with him adding Villager already, now I don't think he would double up on having twice the two of them. A lot. All Fatal Frame. And I mean, how would you even have a Fatal Frame character, right? How would that work? Poochie for Yoshi representation. Well, Woolly World hasn't happened yet, right? Would they have added Piranha Plant since they don't have Duck Hunt? It kind of depends on when they come up with the idea for Piranha Plant. I think I'm going to leave Piranha Plant for when Ultimate happened. Magnus, I don't think they would have. He's Prime Assist Stroke Material. Mother Brain, Nightmare, no. Midna's already in the game. Phosphora, no. Ricky. Do we have a second Xenoblade character? See, the actual, instead of Duck Hunt character I think they would have would be Sheriff from Sheriff. That's the throwback character to do. Would they do a second Xenoblade? Because Shulk was added quite late, obviously. In the same way that I've not really considered adding another Fire Emblem character. Would they do another Xenoblade? And again, Rhythm Heaven is one we have to think about as well. Yes, I was gonna wait until that point, Matt, lot. But Elmer, in my opinion, I've been very vocal about this. Elmer is the only other choice that could have come in instead of Corrin. So I think Elmer comes in with Corrin, and that's our double. That's our double up. I've been very, very vocal about that. So I'm going to add in Sheriff as our Duck Hunt equivalent character here. I don't know why I thought typing just the word Sheriff into Google would give me the exact one I wanted, but let's get Sheriff in. I do have proper artwork of Sheriff somewhere, but I can't bother to find it right now. So I will just use the sprite. And we're going to chuck them down here. I won't do 3 more me's, as funny as that would be, like me musician, me sportsman, me play person. Would Party Phil have a shot? Party Phil or Monita as newcomers? Monita, Nintendo Land wouldn't have been out yet. Would Monita have had anything that they could have done? Party Phil though. Like, Wii Party sold quite a lot, right? Do we know how much? Because Wii Sports obviously sold a lot and they got the Mii's in. Do we know how much Wii Party sold? Like, if Wii Party, because Wii Fit Trainer was got in because Wii Fit was such a phenomenon. I'm wondering, was Wii Party also like a massive seller in that regard? So maybe Party Phil has a shot. Oh yeah, Pokemon. On the topic of Pokemon, we're going to add another one in. We're going to add a Gen 5 Pokemon. Because right now, we've only got a good trend of having a Pokemon from every generation. And, like, there really is only one Pokemon from Gen 5 who I think should be in, and that's Zoroark. He was the very clear Lucario equivalent in marketing and stuff like that. So I think we chuck in Zoroark as an additional Pokemon. So Rhythm Heaven, Chorus Kids, like, we don't really know why they were cut. It could have been for time. It could have been because having all 3 characters at once was too difficult. It could have been just because the idea didn't work. With more time and double the roster, would they still do Chorus Kids, or would they try a different Rhythm Heaven character? Because I don't think we would get. I don't think we would get. I forgot what I was going to say. I don't think we'd get Karate Joe. That's it. Because while I do understand the logic behind Karate Joe, I think he just clashes too much with Ryu. To be honest, I feel like you want and he's not malleable enough. I think for a Rhythm Heaven character, you need a character who's malleable enough that they can sort of do any of the rhythms, any of the rhythm modes. And Karate Joe just doesn't fit that. Rhythm Girl is an interesting one. I do like the idea of Rhythm Girl. Should definitely fit more. Equally, Marshall, Matthew, whatever you want to call him, would also fit. As would the drummer. Maybe we do Rhythm Girl because I know she's quite popular. And I think she fits better than Karate Joe does. I'm not the biggest Karate Joe fan, personally. I'll do the one from the Monkey game, Rhythm Sisters, whatever. Where is she? It's just, I'm like, I've got so many things out. Oh. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think Rhythm Heaven gets something in this. Despite it all, I don't think Chrom gets anything. I don't think we get Chrom even in this hypothetical scenario, I'm afraid. While I'm doing this, while I'm on the topic, because I already sort of have the idea. I think Alf still gets the bump up to being a Echo Fighter here. Obviously, he only got in as a costume, but there's evidence that he was planned to be an Echo Fighter, and we don't really know why he didn't make the cut. But I feel like it's almost got to be just because of time purposes. Because, like, I don't see any reason why Alf wouldn't work. Like, even with, like, you know, just having the Rock Pikmin instead and that being his one sort of difference. I'm assuming he was just less of a priority than Lucina, Dark Pig, and Dr. Mario. And with more time, I think we can definitely get Alf in. It was brought up before, though. Someone brought it up in chat, and that's why I'm sort of jumping now to do Echo Fighters. What about something for Golden Sun Dark Dawn? I actually think, in a similar way to how Alf would go over Olimar, Matthew from Golden Sun Dark Dawn would probably just go over Isaac, because they play basically exactly the same, and they're very similar in sort of shape and size and look. So I think in this, Matthew just gets added as another Echo Fighter, but an Echo Fighter for Isaac. So he's going to be my additional Echo Fighter choice for this. So great cooking, that's there. So like those are the 4 Echo Fighters. In terms of third parties, while I'm doing it, I may as well just tackle the third party thing. As fun as Heihachi would be, I kind of don't want to just do another Bandai Namco rep, especially given that at the time Sakurai was very much like, oh, I don't think I could think, because Heihachi was obviously considered, and he was like, that's probably the most likely other Bandai Namco character, but he then sort of dismissed it. And so to me, that just all says that, like, even with more time, he actually wouldn't be the one that they would go for. So looking at the DLC though for the next game, it wouldn't do we already know again Banjo for the they wouldn't do Banjo because they didn't do it for the Smash Ballot. I think Microsoft's just off the table for this game. Square Enix is only going to be on DLC. So maybe it could be Terry. I mean, SNK was in a weird spot at that time, but they were still around. So I think it's got to be between Terry and Ryu Hayabusa. So I think otherwise it's got to be a Ninja Gaiden character. Like it's Koei Tecmo, because they were pretty close to Koei Tecmo at the time. I don't think they would do Shantae. Rayman is an option. Rayman is another option actually for this. Yeah, I think like Terry. So I think it has to be between Hayabusa and Rayman for this. Hayabusa is the Japanese pick, obviously. That would be the easiest in there. But Ubisoft are also huge supporters of the Wii U in the early days, and Rayman Legends was going to be an exclusive. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to have Hayabusa now as getting in the base game here, but then for the DLC, our equivalent of Bayonetta is going to be Rayman, because I am like, we obviously don't know what the results are of the fighter ballot. We have a few inklings. We know Bayonetta scored high, we know that Sora was the actual winner, and we know Banjo actually came second place. We know King K. Rool and Ridley also scored fairly high. That's how they go into the next game. We also know that a lot of Castlevania characters were voted in. Individually or not, where they landed, we don't know for sure, but we know that they voted for enough of them that it was decided that Castlevania would get chosen for the next game. So, with that all sort of in mind, Rayman sort of fits, because I feel like with the Artsy Omni leak and Rayman Legends being a Wii U exclusive initially at launch, or at least that was the intention of this, I feel like maybe Rayman would have been high enough up in the ballot and gettable for this. So I'm actually going to save Rayman for that, and we're gonna get Ryu. Two Ryus on DLC? It's more likely than you think. And so unless anyone has a... yeah, Rayman does have trophy. Yeah, exactly. Rayman has a trophy in Smash 4, doesn't he? In fact, yeah, they did reach out and ask for Rayman for a trophy. Is that a sign that Rayman was going to be playable? Oh yeah, now that you've reminded me that Rayman had a trophy and they specifically reached out to Ubisoft to get Rayman stuff, but yeah, I'm just using Photoshop, and also I just realised I forgot to update the name. It still says Brawl. This should be Smash 4 now. Okay. Cool. Could have probably just written 4, but alas. So I'll leave Ryu Hayabusa for now. But maybe I'll swap over to Rayman if I get a change of mind. I'm going to very quickly, because I've been doing the stream for a bit now, I'm going to quickly go to the loo. While I do that, I want you guys in the chat to think of, guys and gals in the chat, I want you all to think of some other characters from this era. Remember, it's going to be pre-2012. It can be from, obviously, its franchise in there, or it can be from a new game, as long as it was pre-2012. I'm thinking Dylan I'll probably add to this, so I'll probably do Dylan when I get back. Think of anyone, see if you can think of anyone else. And I'm talking about Nintendo, not guest. Alright, I'm back. So I had a realization while I was gone. Little Mac got added partly because of the new Punch-Out game that came out, but also partly because his assist trophy was really popular. So I think that Saki, who was probably the second best one for the assist trophy, now is a chance for him to come out. Sin and Punishment, especially because they did make another Sin and Punishment game, didn't they, with Isa? So I think it's not unreasonable for Saki to actually make it in now. So I'm going to add Saki. Oh, it does actually. So maybe if I'm adding in Saki, do I add in Isa as well as an Echo Fighter and remove Alf? Do we think Alf... So I sort of put Alf there, sort of try and justify it. But like Alf obviously didn't make it in the final game. Do we think that is time? Or do we think that is because Rock Pikmin stuff? I'm just wondering whether or not Saki, if Isa or Aaron get in as an Echo Fighter instead with Saki. Let me know your thoughts. But I'm going to add Saki and I'm going to add Dylan as well from Dylan's Rolling Western. I'm also, for shits and giggles, I'm going to add in Party Phil. Because it's never a party without Party Phil. So, that's 3 right off the bat. Is there a Pilot Wings dude? I swear it's just a me, isn't it? At this point. Yeah, I think it's literally purely because rock Pikmin rocks can't bend, so most animations need a little rework. Right. Do you think that's then? Yeah, maybe we don't do Alf then. I'm afraid for Alf on that. Maybe we just don't do Alf. Maybe we do make it another Sin and Punishment character to fit. We'll see what we end up with at the end and add it in. So for now, I'm gonna add in. Who did I say? Dylan. Dylan gets added in. And then because Dylan's Rolling Western, I believe, was out at this point already. We also add in so much stuff. Party Phil. Could I get Party Phil? Also, I see the Black Knight being said, but I feel like at this point in time, Micaiah was the one that was more requested, right? Micaiah was the more popular Fire Emblem character. Do we have a second Fire Emblem character, do we think? Or is Robin enough? Obviously we gave Pokemon a second character, but Pokemon's a bit different. And technically Fire Emblem gets 2 with Lucina as well. I don't think they would do Chrom early. I mean, I just don't think it would happen. Because I don't think Chrom was. Well, no, because I mean, who would they make a Fire Emblem Echo of in this scenario? Lucina was already out of Marth. Ike, it's only Ike and Robin here, and I guess Sheeda as well. So, I can't think who you would do an Echo of in this scenario. Because Black Knight doesn't work as an Ike Echo. I know where people want him to be one, but he's too heavy. He's an armored knight, so. Yeah, Chrom being another Marth Echo, I just don't think would work, and it'd have to be Chrom as an Ike Echo then, I guess. But Sakurai already said that doesn't quite feel right. So I think Chrom still doesn't get in. I think if it's another Fire Emblem character, it's a new Fire Emblem character. But it's which one? And then yeah, Saki. I'm gonna chuck Saki in here. So. I'm gonna put in a controversial character next, purely for my own bias, but it's relevant and it fits the time. Let me grab him. Alright, let me make sure I get one with a transparent background. Do I use the trophy model or not? I'll use the actual artwork for him. Keeping you all in suspense. So who's he going to add? It's the controversial character he's going to put into the game. Okay, there we go. Oh no, I'll make sure I click on this so that I don't lose it amongst this. I am going to be adding good old Adam Malkovich from Metroid Other M to the game. Metroid Other M was super relevant at the time. That's the version that Samus is based on in this. And I pick Adam over Anthony, even though I do like Anthony quite a lot, because Adam was just the more important character of the two. But I think, because Adam was the more important one, I think there is a chance of Adam making it in in this game as over Other M, to go alongside Other M Samus, especially with this many characters to work for him. So I'm chucking Adam Malkovich on her. None of you can stop me. Who else do we have? Someone said Girahim for Zelda. Given we did do Midna and stuff already, and Toon Link and stuff, could do Midna. Yeah, you know, Girahim even could do Girahim and just keep it going. We sort of things have changed now. It's now kind of like, unlike real life, where they stick to the 4 Triforces because every Zelda they change a different one. In this universe, they've added the latest Zelda character every single time instead. So that's just the future we currently. That's the future we currently inhabit. So let's chuck Girahim in here. I'll use the Hyrule Warriors one. Why not? Okay. Who else have we got? We got 3 more spaces for. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. We've got 3 more spaces for characters. Who is likely around this time? Who was big on the Wii, DS, early 3DS? And there's also a Nintendo first party. I suppose. No. Mr. AR from 3DS AR games. Girahim over Impa. I think they would do Girahim over Impa, I'm afraid. Like, I know people like Skyward Sword Impa. I like Skyward Sword Impa, but Girahim is the main villain of it and has like a whole moveset you can pull off. Girahim's the one they chose for the assist trophy, for example. So Tom Nook. No, see, I wrote off other Animal Crossing characters because this is when Animal Crossing gets introduced. So it just gets introduced with Villager on its own. Doesn't get anything else other than that. And I think that's fine. Tropical Freeze hasn't happened yet, so we can't do Cranky Kong. Has Pushmo happened? But then again, Pushmo feels more like we've got 2 curly characters. Big Girahim being announced as a trophy, yeah. Goku's too much of a retro character. It's just not going to happen, I'm afraid. He was on the Famicom, man. And I already had to cut Donbei Nakari. Can we really have Goku without Chao? I just don't think so. No, I don't think we're not doing other third parties. It's got to stick to first parties as per the rule. I guess maybe we do add another Fire Emblem character. I don't think. Again, similar reason I don't want to give Animal Crossing another character. I don't want to give Xenoblade another character just yet. So maybe we do add another Fire Emblem character to flesh some of this stuff out. Ooh, Chibi Robo. Chibi Robo. Ooh. I suppose with this, with how much we've got going on here, Chibi Robo is certainly an option. It had multiple games over this period. Obviously, they didn't do massively well, but it was still getting games. So yeah, go on. Let's give Chibi Robo some love. The little guy. It's getting on. Okay, Chibi Robo. Okay. Right. Great Clipper Mask, cool. Yeah. So Chibi Robo's in. Anna. Everyone's saying Anna. I see the logic for Anna. I do. I do worry if... My only issue with Anna, right, is I worry she's maybe a bit too similar to Robin. Because Anna's gimmick in Awakening is the Levin sword. Like, she's a trickster who uses the Levin sword. That's her signature weapon. But it's also Robin's signature weapon. And I know she doesn't have magic, although I think it's a class she can learn magic from. So she wouldn't fully be. I think the fact that Robin's already stolen her main weapon is a problem for her. I'm actually leaning towards Micaiah for this. Micaiah or the Black Knight. Because it's similar to Pokemon, how we went back to Gen 5 to sort of include multiple games. I think when you have this many characters in it, you can include them. And if you think of the games that happened at this time, we've got Robin and Lucina for Awakening. And then we already have Marth and Shida, who are still in the game. So that covers Shadow Dragon and Mystery of the Emblem, New Mystery of the Emblem. And so Ike is Path of Radiance, and Ike's getting upgraded to his Radiant Dawn look. So I guess the question is, like, yeah, do we have another mage in the game through Micaiah, or do we have a heavy knight with the Black Knight and have a villain? My gut is telling me Micaiah, because I was around for a lot of the speculation at this time, and I know that Micaiah was a very popular request in the community in the build-up to Smash 4. So from a pure popularity POV, I think Micaiah is the one that they would like, that fans would want to see more of. I definitely need to clean this up. It's all a bit all over the place. So let's chuck Micaiah in, and then that leaves one more character for Smash 4. I don't want to add another Mii in, because I feel like if I added a Mii in, then I'm locked into actually adding 3 in. We'd have to cut 2 characters, probably Chibi Robo and Party Phil. Is there any other popular Wii and DS era characters who aren't in who should be? Don't want to add in any more Mario characters or Zelda characters. Metroid's got enough. Oh, you know what? Well, it's too late now because I already agreed to put the Masked Man in. I suddenly realised that it probably would make more sense to put, like, Black Ball in instead of the Masked Man, as I might you know what? I might retroactively go back and change that. I think Black Ball. And that's what I mean. Shulk's not the sort of character they'd usually add, so I wouldn't consider Pandora's Tower or Last Story up for grabs in this case. Same, I wouldn't consider Soma Bringer or Disaster Day of Crisis up for grabs either. Ashley Mizuki... See, Ashley and Kyle Hyde, as much as I love them, have a similar problem to Ayumi. And so I just don't see them getting in. They're not fighters, even if Kyle Hyde is a detective. So I just don't see either of them getting in. Either. What other big games I don't see? I mean, it'd be funny if Dr. Kawashima got in, but I don't think Dr. Kawashima's getting in either. Elite B agents would be pretty good, but we've already got Rhythm Girl for that archetype, and we already have Barbara previously, so we already have 2 rhythm-based characters. Reimu is not Nintendo owned, I'm afraid, so that one's not happening. Damn, it's difficult. It's getting difficult. Nikki's not around yet. And Nintendo. I think the issue with Nintendogs is more so the fact that you're beating up a literal dog. Like, I think that, like, an actual realistic looking puppy. I think that's more so the problem with Nintendogs than anything else. So I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think Rusty's Real Deal Baseball is out yet, is it? I don't think it's out. Is there another... You know what? Oh no, we got 2 Pokemon characters. No, we got 2 Pokemon, 2 Mario characters already. And Ashley as well for a Mario spin-off. So no, not going to do that. We've got Kid Icarus, Kirby's got 2, Pokemon's got a new one. Is there a world where we get another Pokemon character? We've got one from each generation though, so I don't really see who we would add in at this point for Pokemon. Fire Emblem's got nothing from Murasami Castle. We don't have anything from Panel de Pom. I don't think there's anything you could do with the Punch-Out character that would be interesting other than Little Mac. Like, they all fight pretty much the same. That's why Echo Fighter made more sense. I mean, maybe. You know what? We could do. No, then Alf was added in as a costume, so I don't think he would be considered for a playable character slot. No. I think I've got to stick to guns on that. I don't want to add another wee safety guy. Starfy's already in the game. Another Starfy character. I don't know who you'd add as another Starfy character. And that's the only problem with that. Like, same for Custom Robo. I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with them for it. Pauline's not back yet. Muddy Mole's too much for a retro pick at this point. I think if we're going for something around this time like that, it would have to be Mallow, unless Pushmo wasn't around. Because remember, the DS was out for like a year at this point. No, Pushmo was out. Maybe we just do Pushmo. Mallow. He could be like a block pushing type character. I'm gonna go for Mallow, just so then we can also move on, given the time and everything as well. Like, this is we're starting to hit the point for me where it's like late. So I'm gonna chuck Mallow in, and Mallow's gonna take our final spot on this. Whoa, he's so big. Big lad. Alright, Crit Clipper Mask, cool. Right, so there we go. This is Smash 4. This is what Smash 4's roster looks like. Smash 4 Wii U 3DS pre-DLC. Now, DLC itself, we know some of the characters that DLC adds back in. So we know that DLC gives us Roy back. So in terms of DLC, it gave us 2 veterans, right? Roy and Lucas both came back, so we can add them both back in. But given the given that we're doubling all of this, we get 2 more veterans that we can bring back. I feel like they did Roy and Lucas because it's 1 melee veteran and 1 brawl veteran, right? So if we go again with that logic, that they're going to do 1 brawl veteran and 1 melee veteran, then I think Wolf actually gets to come back this time around. Wolf actually does get to return. And then our melee veteran gets to be one of our cut special guys. Oh, I cut. No, did I cut Masked Man? No, I didn't. Did I? I did because I cut Lucas, so I had to cut the Masked Man. Yes, that's right. I think. Oh god, I've got myself so confused. I've confused myself. If I'm off, you know what? It's fine. Let's just bring back one of the cut melee characters. And so if we're bringing Lucas back, we're probably not going to bring back Paula. Can't bring back Dombe. Can't bring back Mudkip. Can't bring back Grovile. Clefairy? I don't see a point bringing back Clefairy. I think there's a world where we bring back Glass Joe, even though he's a joke character, purely because Punch-Out was obviously back and super popular again. So, and looking over all the choices, he's like the most relevant. So I think Glass Joe gets brought back as DLC as well for the Bants. Oh yeah, and Mewtwo. Yeah, I forgot to take Mewtwo off of here. I guess Mewtwo wouldn't have gotten back. I'm just gonna say Blackball. Blackball is the other one who gets to come back here. Hooray! Cool. So this is your and then sorry. Now we get DLC characters. So DLC characters, we've got Cloud gets to come back. Obviously, well, Cloud gets to be added, I should say. Where are you, Cloud? You're over here, all the way up there. So what we need is a new replacement for Ryu, and then Cloud gets to be added in. And then we get Corrin. So we get a replacement for Ryu, then we get another third party to go alongside Cloud as well. And then we get Corrin. And then we get Bayonetta. So we've already talked about some of these, so I can wipe some of these off like immediately, right? So we agreed that Elma from Xenoblade was going to be our equivalent alongside Corrin. So Elma, Xenoblade. And then we agreed that Rayman was going to be our... We agreed that Rayman was going to be the DLC character that gets added alongside Bayonetta. I know there was talks of potentially doing something Fatal Frame related, but I just don't know who you would pick from Fatal Frame. I'm not that familiar with the franchise, but I just think that main characters they're not like combat focused. Fatal Frame isn't a combat centric game after all. It's about taking photos of ghosts to get rid of them. That's why it sort of works better as an assist trophy than it does a fighter. And that's why it got an assist trophy in the end. So very nice and peaceful music playing. Elma. Cool, there we go. We get to have Elma. Great clipping mask. and we get to have Rayman here. So the question we got to ask is, which characters feel like they would work as DLC at this point in time? Does Square get a second DLC character along with Cloud, or do we make it like, so Ryu was obviously from Capcom, but it was also a series that was like felt logical as the next one to get a character. Do they go to Konami for DLC? But then we'd have to get a new Konami character. Do we get Bomberman finally? Did we get Bomberman finally? Rayman, where are you, Rayman? You know, I should sort by date. Yeah, that works better. No. Yeah. Yeah, I can do this. Critical mask. Cool. So, would it be another Final Fantasy rip? Yeah, I mentioned to Elmer for DLC earlier, which is why Elmer's getting in there. I don't know if Persona doesn't blow up until Persona 5, so I don't think Persona's up for consideration. See, I don't want to do a second Street Fighter character just because the DLC added 2 new franchises to it, and I want to stick to that rule. Monster Hunter is potentially one as an option. Oh, hello, Sephiroth. Dragon Quest is if we're fine with Square getting a second character, Dragon Quest feels like the obvious one to me. See, my problem with Tails is the same reason that we didn't put Heihachi in base. In that, while Sakurai considered it, he was kind of like, but like what other Bandai characters are there? Like, let me find where it says, because I got it up on my iPad, where he talks about Heihachi being cut. Is it? Oh, I see. I forgot that there was apparently a Swap Note stage. When did Swap Note come out? I suppose it would have been after they decided. The Kirby's Epic Yarn stage was originally planned for the Wii U. Ooh, would we get a third Kirby character on the base with Prince Fluff? It's too late now. It's too late. I've already decided. Yeah. So someone from that. Yeah, Ridley, much anticipated, but didn't go in. Gino, when talking about older characters, Gino, he didn't appear as a fighter, but I was able to achieve something close with the Mii costume. Where is Heihachi on this? Yeah, Heihachi. Between Bandai and Namco, are there any other strong characters for inclusion as a fighter? And Sakurai says there were none. We basically thought of all the characters at the start of development. We decided on characters we knew we could make. However, there were a few in consideration, such as Heihachi from Tekken. However, implementing Heihachi's movement in Smash would be difficult. So I guess based on that quote, he immediately says there were no other strong candidates from Bandai Namco, but does say that they had a few in consideration, and just names Heihachi. Wonder Red. See, Wonder Red could count, but I think he wouldn't be a good DLC character. So, like, I think it'd have to be a base character, but then it's not out by that point because we use not out when they decide on the roster for this. So, I think they wouldn't do Wonder Red. It's really a question of, is SNK fine enough now to be DLC? Does Dragon Quest get the DLC? I'm actually sort of leaning towards Dragon Quest, even if it's both Cloud and like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest both being DLC. I could see it happening. There's a world where Dragon Quest is still picked up. And there's also a world where they go back to Konami again. But then we already included Castlevania previously, so we can't do it now. Can't do Minecraft. Can't do that. I think Dragon Quest is an option for this. And they just got both of them. Given that we had Mega Man and then Ryu, so 2 Capcom reps, I think Cloud and then Hero is a perfectly viable position to be in. Oh, actually, We have 2 more. This is not just a matter of replacing Ryu, sorry. This isn't a case of just replacing Ryu, is it? It's a case of, because we moved Ryu into the DLC section, actually what we need to do is move all of these up one. We have to come up with 2 additional DLC characters. We also just covered Bayonetta, whoops, but that's fine, I can do that. Like he obviously comes up with how way to do Tekken eventually, but I think maybe because we also have to consider these have to be on Smash 3DS, right? These aren't just Wii U; these have to be on Smash 3DS. So they have to work in that, and I think Tekken is still just a tad too complicated for Smash 3DS at this point in time. Hero and Cloud both work perfectly fine. I could see... Yeah, this was a time when SNK was 100% on Pachinko Hell, no interest in video games. Does level 5 get a character in this scenario? Because Professor Layton was obviously really popular. Yokai Watch hasn't kicked off yet, but level 5 was pretty growing quite a bit at this point. So could we see a world where level 5 get a character and Professor Layton gets in? I think we could. I think Professor Layton is possibly up there. I can believe on SNK being in Pachinko Hell. Bomberman is the other one. Should we just throw Bomberman in? I've been like, I'm in an RM about him for ages. There's no reason they couldn't have gone to Konami for Bomberman. I think maybe we just give Bomberman his dues finally. Layton over Phoenix? I don't know. See, the thing is, right? The Ace Attorney series, while great on DS, kind of hit a weird hump on the end of DS, where they just weren't selling, whereas Professor Layton was really selling. So actually, I think, at least in this time period, the Ace Attorney series didn't bounce back until the 3DS. The other one to consider is Monster Hunter. But given that Monster Hunter was considered for Ultimate, and they decided that Rathalos on his own would be a better choice, I feel like just Monster Hunter as a playable fighter just doesn't happen. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to consider Bomberman, and I'm going to consider Professor Layton as the choices here. I might change the order when I go to make the clean versions, because I actually think in this scenario with Ryu not being first, Cloud would probably be the first one they reveal. They'd start with Cloud, then do Bomberman, then do Professor Layton, then do Erdrick in that order. So I'm going to say that, and I'm going to say Layton. I'm going to say Professor Layton was... This is like peak Professor Layton time. The 4th game was out, the 5th game was on its way. It was getting a crossover with Ace Attorney. It was a pretty iconic franchise for the Nintendo DS, and a lot of people wanted Professor Layton in Smash at this time. Big part for that reason. It also was big in both the West and Japan. Like, I honestly feel like part of the reason Layton just kind of didn't get considered at all for Ultimate is because level 5 in general in the series fell off between Smash for Wii U's release and Ultimate's release. Like, they really dropped the ball. Level 5 really dropped the ball with everything. And I think, and Layton, unlike Ayumi and Ashley and Kyle Hyde, is enough of a character. Like, it's enough of a wacky world. And he does enough stuff. Like, he has like a slot machine gun in one game and shenanigans like this that I think he just works for this. So yeah, okay. Here is Smash 4 with DLC. Now, Ultimate, congratulations, everyone is here. I can now finally go through and re-add every bloomin' cut. Oh no, not this one. That's Warrior. It's different. I can now go, and that's Ivysaur and Squirtle. They're not back. I can go through and I can re-add all of the previously cut characters because everyone is here. And we're going to get Inklings as well here. Right. Hopefully this should be relatively easy as we get into the modern era. Where are Inklings? Oh, they're off on the side here. Okay. In this hellscape. Ridley gets in, finally. Perfectly sized. Isabel gets in. Incineroar gets in. And then Simon is back. Why did I make a new icon for Daisy when I've got a Daisy? I'm silly. Why did I do that? Hold on. This also means, because I planned all this sort of stuff out, so I have these. I mean, maybe I'll have too many. Daisy, yeah, Daisy's there. Like, okay, so with Ultimate, oh, and then there's Plant. Where's Piranha Plant? Where's Piranha Plant? There he is. There's Piranha Plant. Hidden behind Mona. Okay. So, with Ultimate we had Inklings, Ridley, King K... So we'll do the original one. So Inklings, Ridley, King K. Rool, Isabel and Incineroar. So that's just 5. Which makes this really easy, actually. Because basically we just have one free spot for a unique newcomer. No, we have what? No, sorry, we don't. We have... I keep doing this. We have 6 spots for a newcomer. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to put Plant down here because I want to do it in base order first, even though Plant was technically decided for the base. And then we have the Echo Fighters. Again, why did I put Dark Samus as their own when there is a Dark Samus? Oh, you know what? Forget it. No, not forget it, because I want to keep this. I laid all these out on purpose, so I'm going to do this. It'll get confusing if I don't. Plant. Dark Samus. Let's check if... yeah, that's all working fine. Lab Pimmy and the 2 characters from Snip and Clips. Yeah, so I'll explain the rules once we sort of establish this. Sorry, so we're gonna have. We need to come up with 6 base characters for Ultimate. The cutoff point for Ultimate. I don't think I have an article for this, but I think from memory, the cutoff point for Ultimate is like it's like really soon. It's like this 2015, December 2015, I think I want to say. So it's super early in Ultimate. Splatoon was and they had a spot for new Pokemon character, obviously. So that's our cutoff point. It's December 2015 for the base, so extremely early. We've got, in terms of Echo, so we have to come up with 6, and then in terms of Echo Fighters, where are you, Crom? Daisy and Dark Samus are already in the game, so that's 2 of our Echoes off right there. So we had Daisy, Dark Samus, Crom, and Ken. So we had 4 Echo Fighters, so we need to come up with another 4, plus an additional 2, because Crom and Ken... Oh, and Richter! So that's 5. So, okay, so we've got Incineroar. So, sorry, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So Crom gets up next. Is there. I'm going to use Crom to mark this. And then we've got Ken. Ken definitely gets one at this point. Does Richter get one? I think Richter could potentially get away with one. I think we can give Richter one. Where is Ken? Oh, I haven't made him. There he is. I haven't made the layer visible. I'm just going to say Richter gets in as well. they had to go back to Konami and ask for the Castlevania rights, so they were like, oh, let's just also do an Echo Fighter for him, just like we're going to do for Ken. So, right. So in this scenario, we've got so there were 5 Echo Fighters. So Richter, Ken, Chrom, Dark Samus, Daisy. So we need another 5, but 3 of them remain. So we need 7 Echo Fighters. So we need 7 Echo Fighters. We need 6 newcomers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then Plant. And then we need 1 goofy DLC character. And I think for this DLC character, what I'm gonna do is also this other DLC character has to be another mob enemy, like Piranha Plant was. Another default enemy is what we need for this. And for the Echo Fighters, 2 of the Echo Fighters need to be third parties, just like Ken and Richter were. So one of these I'm going to knock off right off the bat. Shadow the Hedgehog should have been an Echo anyway. So I think having Shadow be added in as a Echo Fighter just makes a ton of sense to me. So he's getting in. Shadow is in this scenario. Whoa, so big. Yeah, so in terms of other... Because December 2015 is the cutoff point. Pyro and Mithra are still too new. And ARMS is also still too new. So any Switch launch game is still too new. We still need to be looking at Wii era stuff. So Shadow gets to be there. I will now start moving these around as well, so we can just sort of get in. So Breath of the Wild, we can. Well, Breath of the Wild we had Link's design, so you clearly knew. Yeah, Breath of the Wild is in development so long, so Breath of the Wild is fine. But everything else on the Switch, Mario Odyssey we knew about as well. Splatoon is based on the Wii U one, so I'd say anything from Mario Odyssey and Breath of the Wild is... Well, actually no, not Mario Odyssey. Mario Odyssey isn't fine because the stage is easy enough to add, but not a like character. But Breath of the Wild is fine because Breath of the Wild started off as a Wii U game and was in development for like eons. So I'm just gonna add all these randoms in now because it's gonna just fill up the spots here. So, where do we want to start on the newcomer train here? Consider what popular characters there were as well. What was in the ballot that would potentially work here? Oh, also, of these, of course, because there's Inkling, Ridley, Isabelle, Incineroar, King K. Rool, Simon. It's actually 6, sorry. And 2 of them are added in. So actually, it should be 12 overall. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So actually, we've got 2 more to work with on this. God, when you're working with so many... You're just working with so many. You know what? To make life easier, I'm just going to move Ken and Richter down to the bottom here. So we have to have 2 more... We have to have 2 more third-party guest characters on the base roster. So I think here in the base roster, SNK now has its chance to come in proper. So I think Terry makes it. I think Terry makes it in now. And you know what? I'm gonna make it super easy. I think Terry makes it in. I think Banjo-Kazooie make it in as well. I think Terry gets in, and Banjo-Kazooie, they clearly had no issue working with stuff. There's rumours that they were already talking with Microsoft about getting Steve in at this point for the base roster of Smash Ultimate, but didn't because it just took too long, and that's why it ended up as DLC. So they already talked to them about it. So I think Banjo is also just prime base material going on here. Yes, cool. There's a shoe-in for DLC. Yeah, it's too early for Pyro and Mithra at this point. Yep. Pyramid, nice. Okay, cool. So this is at least what we've got to work from. So we need to come up with. I don't know. So do we think Octoling would work as an Echo, or is it too new? Because playable Octolings obviously don't get added till Splatoon 2, and Splatoon 2's DLC. But Octolings are obviously about on the enemy side for Splatoon. So does that work? I think maybe not. I think maybe Octoling doesn't work still. Shall we do? Oh no, let's decide who we're adding first to the base, and then see. Captain Toad. Oh, you say Captain Toad, but we already have Toad. So remember, we have Toad up here. So do we have Captain Toad as well? I'll tell you who we could have though. Toadette. Toadette is like perfectly valid choice to have. Oh yeah, did we decide what we were going to do about the Alf situation? Whether or not we were going to have Alf be his own? I've sort of left him in there now, so I think I'm just going to do that. Although Toadette could have been valid then as well, actually. I think Toadette I'm definitely going to do. So, Toadette. I saw Susie from Planet Robobot, and you know what? I like that as well. I'm a big Susie advocate, and I think she'd be super unique. So Planet Robot was also the newest Kirby game at the time, so I think Susie works quite well. So we're going to hit Susie. Let's see. So this Toadette's an Echo Fighter, so she can be added in here. She's our Mario Echo Fighter character. And then secret mask, yep. And then here we're gonna have Susie from Robobot. Susie from Robobot, you get to be there you go. Sort of awkwardly thrown in there. Now we're having to work around everything. Yep, that's fine. I'll make it a bit smaller. Cool. Jibanyan and Futu from Yokai Watch. Yeah, they do know they have the rights to Sukapon now. So maybe this is where we get Sukapon. In fact, yeah, let's jump back to our assist trophy list and see who's an option. So of course Akira from Virtua Fighter was an assist trophy. Is that more likely than Terry? Because they obviously got Akira for the base game. Sushi Striker would be too late for the cutoff, I'd say, yeah. Obviously, so a lot of these were chosen for their. I think with this many characters, I think we could get another Fire Emblem character. And I think from that, I think what was I going to say? I think the Black Knight could potentially be in as well. I think we can have a new Fire Emblem character when we have this many on the roster. Flies in hand. Guile was an assist trophy. Kappen was an assist trophy. Claptrap. Knuckles. Crystal, but Crystal's now playable in this. The Moon. Nikki, Rathalos, yep. Is Nikki playable? That would be funny. Rodon, Shovel Knight. But we already got Banjo and Terry, and I think they obviously didn't go for Shovel Knight for a reason. Arms we know they didn't do, but it got in as assist trophy. Sukapon, yep. Tiki, Vince, Dr. Wiry, Yuri from Fatal Frame 0 from Mega Man. So, well, see, I talked about this with Wrath with Monster Hunter, but like I feel like Monster Hunter not getting a character was a purposeful choice. Like, I think they sat there and they maybe even considered Monster Hunter as a fighter, but decided that actually Rathalos is probably a better pick than just a generic monster from Monster Hunter. So I don't think Monster Hunter gets something. But this is a big part of Ultimate was popularity, right? Like, that's how we got Ridley and K. Rool. So actually, continuing that trend, I think Skull Kid probably did pretty well and got in as an assist trophy. So I think Skull Kid and the Black Knight from Fire Emblem both get in on the merits of being popular characters. But in this hypothetical, they have double slots to work with, so maybe Hunter gets pushed up. But like I said, I don't think it's necessarily a case of, like, Hunter being less of a priority than the other characters. I think it's more so a case that they sat there and they probably thought Rathalos and, like, how do you represent Monster Hunter in this? Probably just through Rathalos, because fighting monsters is the point of that series. So having it as a boss works better than having it as a fighter. Like, I think that's probably the logic that they went for, and I don't think that would be different here with more characters to work with. It's possible, like, it's possible if we could have Hunter, and then, well, see, I feel like one of the third parties should definitely be a new company. Well, I guess Konami wasn't totally new company, but it was a returning company, I guess. Because, like, again, I'm now also thinking of Akira from Virtua Fighter as a choice. Like, because they would have had to go for Sega, right? So is Indies going to last? I think it's almost possible to have at least one indie character in the next match. I see the logic. I mean, if it happens, I think Banjo-Kazooie is the one that gets pushed back. Then, in this case, I think Banjo-Kazooie gets pushed back to be in DLC, and Monster Hunter gets included in the base. Should I do that? Yeah, okay. Alright. Let's do it. Let's get more, with this many characters in there, I think having a Monster Hunter is probably justifiable. Banjo's gonna be there. For now I'll hide him. So let's get a Monster Hunter in from Monster Hunter 4? I don't know which one is the one that was on 3DS. Monster Hunter Hunter. Like, I don't want the one from Rise, although the one from Rise is the one I think they would do nowadays if it was the case. Monster Hunter 4 Hunter. You know what, maybe I will just use the one from, like, in the Rathalos armor. Yeah, here's one in the Rathalos armor. I'll take this one. So yeah, let's get Monster Hunter in on this. No, that's a fake PNG. You know, I can't be bothered to change it. So, fake PNG Monster Hunter. Congratulations. There we go. Okay. We got Monster Hunter and we got Terry. So I don't think 5 from Skyward Sword would happen. I don't think Crash would happen at this point. Maybe as DLC Crash could happen. That I could see. Eggman again, I don't think Eggman would happen. Well, Zavok definitely won't happen. We got Shadow in. I'd like Eggman to happen, I just don't see it based on everything we know. So we have 3 more choices, and I'd like to pick characters who were a bit more relevant before we then move on to the Echo Fighters. So who was really relevant at the time of... Who was really relevant at this point in time in like 2015, circa Super Smash Brothers? 2015. Who was really popular in the... Maybe they would add more Miis. I don't know if they would add more Miis. I sort of already set that we wouldn't have more Miis on the roster after that. Because, I mean, what else is there to really... I suppose you could be like Mii Mage or something. But... I guess I could do. I could add a 4th Mii. Wait. No, well, Miitopia hasn't happened yet. So, no, I think no more Miis. What has happened, though, between this time? New Leaf obviously became popular. Splatoon came out and was really popular. Henry Fleming would be very funny, but that game bombed. Wonder Red also didn't do particularly well. Undertale feels like it would be a DLC rather than a base game pick. Like, Shantae feels like they'd be DLC. We've already decided on the guest characters. The guest characters are Terry and Monster Hunter. So I don't think... so we're not going to have another guest on this roster. It has to be a new one. Is there some... We got Skull Kid from Zelda. We've got Ridley from Metroid. We need a new Mario character. I know there wasn't a base game Mario character, but we should probably have one. Someone said Nabbit earlier. Nabbit. We already have Incineroar as the Pokemon, so I don't think we would do another Pokemon. Yeah, I think it would be a toss-up between Paper Mario and Nabbit. Nabbit was obviously the big main series one. Oh yeah, Plant was the Mario character, yeah. King Boo, ooh. King Boo. Luigi's Mansion did make a comeback in this era, didn't it? I like that. I think I'm going to go for King Boo. I think that's would be the most interesting option. And like Sakurai would have known that Luigi's Mansion game was in development because like Luigi's Mansion 3 was meant to be a Wii U title. So King Boo is a good shout. A lot of villains get added into Ultimate. So okay, we got our Mario character. Our base game Mario character. Who else could we do? We've got 2 more options for popular 3DS games. Tomodachi Life has been Mii's, so there's nothing we can do from that. We've got Pokemon has got something. Icarus didn't get anything new. Fire Emblem's got the Black Knight, so we don't need anything from that. Star Fox didn't have... I mean, Star Fox Zero? But then we've already got, like, the whole Star Fox cast in the game already. So... so it doesn't really matter, right? Oh, you know what? I forgot to go through and bring back... Like, because this would be a prime time to then add Slippy. But it doesn't matter. So... Mudkip, Grovar, you're back as well. Congratulations. Clefairy is back. Kiddy Kong is back. Oh! I mean, Ryota is back, right? Here's a character, Cranky Kong. Tropical Freeze was pretty big. Cranky Kong would be pretty fun. They do like him. Yeah, let's do Cranky Kong. Gives us another Donkey Kong character to replace K. Rool, who was already added in, so... And I think Cranky Kong's more likely than, like... What was it, Lord Frederick? So there we go, Cranky Kong... character to add in. But she kind of has a similar vibe to Isabelle, as fun as she would be. I like Baito. Baito-kun is cute. I'm going to do him. We're going to do the Arcade Bunny. He's going to be Cranky Kong, King Boo, Black Knight, Skull Kid, Susie, and the Arcade Bunny. What a lineup we have for ourselves. Smash is peaking now, I'm afraid. But now we get to have the fun times with the Echo Fighters. So remember, we can come up with Echo Fighters for anyone on this page right now. So Xenoblade could have been a choice for this base, but it's too late now. I think Xenoblade doesn't really pop off until the Switch era, so to be fair. So alright guys, so we can do an Echo Fighter for anyone on here other than Marth, Roy, Pit, Sonic, Toad, and Simon and Ryu. So any other Echo Fighters, go nuts on this. What do we want to do? What would make a good Echo Fighter? Matthew for Isaac. Oh yeah, and Matthew for Isaac. We've already got Matthew for Isaac, and we've already got Alf for Olimar, so we can't do any of them. Miss Pac-Man is illegal. You cannot be saying her name around here, I'm afraid. Proto Man for Mega Man isn't a bad shout. Proto Man for Mega Man's not a bad shout. And yeah, we said two of the DLC, two of the Echo Fighters should be third party. So, see, Marsman doesn't work as an Echo Fighter. I mean, he's the right size for Lucas, but he doesn't have the exact same gameplay style. Kumatora could work as an Echo Fighter for Lucas. We could have Pooh, finally. We could fucking just have Pooh and make him an Echo Fighter for Lucas. Yes, Issa for Saki. Do we do Issa or do we do Iron, though? That's the question, right? Like, Issa obviously would allow for both Sin and Punishment 1 and 2 to be represented, but Issa's also extremely similar to Saki in the way he looks. Whereas Iron would have a completely different vibe. I think the Avatar does work, but I also think Cross would be kind of dull as a choice, personally. I'd rather have like Alvis over Shulk if we were going to go that route. I like Proto Man over Mega Man, so I think there's a world where we could do that. Oh, Starly for Starfy. Yeah, that's a choice. I'm gonna put Proto Man in for now because I think that's a pretty valid one, and that gives us our other third party. Okay, cool. Proto Man, there you are. Great clipping mask. Mega Man X though doesn't quite. Jean for Bayonetta, yeah, that's also another good one. Well, Ken isn't unique here. Ken is an Echo Fighter still. Ken's still an Echo Fighter. So, like, I mean, like, he's obviously like a pretty unique Echo Fighter, but he's still an Echo Fighter. And I just don't think they do another Street Fighter one. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting Shadow Mario's on this list. Jean for Bayonetta, though, I could see. They're still trying to hype up Bayonetta after all. Bayonetta 3's on the way, etc. Although they wouldn't have known that at the time. Still, I'll do Jean. And then see, Starly over Starfy would be a pretty easy choice as well. I almost feel like Starly over Starfy would be a costume that Starfy has in Brawl and has just kept the whole time because it was introduced in Brawl rather than it being an Echo. Great clipping mask. Oh no, shoot, that's the wrong one. Great clipping mask, cool. I like the idea of giving one to Iron to Saki after we talked about it before. What else do we have as a possibility? Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Iron over Issa. Personally, Iron. You know what? I'll do Iron over Issa, and I also do Alvis for Shulk, because I think Xenoblade is like got the power to have an additional one, but just doesn't have the what's the word I'm looking for here? It's lacking the the full star power for an entirely new character. Like, it's not quite at that level yet, but I think it's high enough that it can get away with having an Echo Fighter. If we can think of better ideas, then I'm happy to chop some of these off. Funky Kong. Oh, Funky Kong over Funky Kong over Donkey Kong. Funky Kong over Donkey Kong is what I assume you mean. Yeah, I think Feral Lit doesn't quite work. Little Xenoblade characters are so unique functionally is the problem. Yeah, but Alvis isn't. Alvis is just Shulk, basically. So I think that works out fine. So I'll do Alvis Xenoblade, and like, I could see a world where, because Xenoblade 2 isn't ready for a character yet, they give Alvis, they just chuck Alvis in as a choice. Because like, I suppose, you know what? Thinking about this though a bit more, I feel like the Echo Fighters were chosen more so for their popularity. Like, Daisy was obviously chosen because she was so popular. Richter was chosen because the dev team couldn't decide between them. Chrom was chosen because he was really popular. So, unfortunately, I don't see a world where Iron is that popular of a request to get in. So actually, I might have to cut Iron, as painful as that is. I think they need to be popular requests from people to justify them getting in to the game. We're out of Smash music, so I'm now just going to put Mario Kart music on. Yeah, cram in as many characters as possible. That's it. Who else was really popular? Like, Geno was really popular. We don't have Geno yet. But there's like a reason we don't have Gino. Yeah, maybe we'll put Gino as DLC when there's this many to pick from. Maybe it's just his time. But who else is a really popular character who would work as an Echo Fighter as well? That's what we got to ask ourselves. Like, does Tom Nook work as a village Echo Fighter? Isabelle specifically wasn't one because she was taller. Knuckles doesn't work as an Echo Fighter. Tingle doesn't have an Echo Fighter. Digby. Yeah, I mean, you could do anyone as a villager Echo Fighter, but then it'd have to be specifically like taking their like Wii version of that character and not the new Leaf version of that character. And I think that'd be a bit weird with Isabelle being like there. Like Tom Nook could work as an Isabelle Echo Fighter, I suppose. Talkman for Pac-Man. Yeah, but Pac-Man World was basically dead as well at this point. That's the problem there. Samus doesn't have anyone because Dark Samus is already in as a unique. Mario and Luigi's not a thing yet. Metal Mario's not happening. Shadow Mario's already in the game as well. Bowser Jr. is not needed for one. We already have Chrom for Fire Emblem. We don't need another Fire Emblem. Adam could have Falcon. Shadows hasn't happened yet. You know what? For you guys, just for you guys, this is our roster that we've done together after all, right? And this is a team effort. I'm gonna do my best Sakurai and give back to you all for the earlier transgression. Alright. Here he is, guys. Here is your Lucas Echo. He has PK Freeze and everything. PK Starstorm. No one comes to help him though when he does his... Although I suppose no one can come to help Ness either because Paul is in the game. It's only Lucas who needs the help. There we go. He's your Lucas Echo. Pooh is in. Jeff's an assist trophy. Cool. One more Echo Fighter. Who would make for a good final Echo Fighter for us? See, I don't think Funky Kong would happen yet because that was a Switch port of where he got added. Although it could be a last minute addition, to be fair. We already have Palutena and Medusa, so there's nothing for Rosalina, nothing for Greninja. We already have enough Pikachu likes. No, nothing for that. Isaac's already got one. Olimar's already got one. DK Jr. Yeah, DK Jr. That did come up earlier, didn't it, as an option? And we looked past it, but at this stage of the game, when there's this many, you know, I think I'm going to do Tom Nook actually, and he can just be an echo of either Villager or Isabelle. We'll say he's an echo of Villager. I think he'd be popular as well. So Tom Nook gets in. And Huff, Omega's been sending me some of these as well. I'm going to send them the finished list afterwards. Alright, oh yeah, so who's the mob? Who is our mob character that did we decide on one? See, if Bandana Waddle Dee wasn't in the game, I would have put Waddle Dee forward as the mob for this. But because Bandana Waddle Dee is already in the game, I think that would get confusing, having Waddle Dee. It feels like a Kirby character would make sense. Starman from Earthbound. I mean, he did get a lot of votes back in the day, but I think that's back in the day. Octorok. See, I don't want to do another Mario character because the other obvious option here would be Koopa Troopa. But a bandit from Fire Emblem, boss bandit. Yeah, a bokoblin from Zelda is probably the most likely of these, because then you get one from Mario and one from Zelda, and it'd be another Breath of the Wild character as well. So yeah, okay, let's do a bokoblin. We're gonna get bokoblin in. Advertising for the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild's iconic bokoblin. Look, he can have like a mixture of items that can. Maybe his items can break. Maybe that's his moveset gimmick, is that his items break after a certain amount of use. And he just has to hit people until a new item spawns in. There we go. Okay, my voice is getting a bit shot now, which is why I'm quieting down, and it's getting close to midnight, but we're going to finish this. Should have started this earlier if I didn't want to be stuck doing this all. So, right. So, DLC. So, let's look at our final selection, and we're going to try and equalise this out a bit. So I'm going to do them in a slightly odd way, but it will make sense. Where we go. So, we've got Joker. So Joker, we've got Joker here, and then I'm going to put like, so I'm going to look at it so like Joker, and then who is Joker's equivalent on this double size roster. So remember, a lot of the DLC characters were picking because they were really relevant, or they were trying to make new connections with new companies for Smash Brothers, or they were popular. There were 3 reasons. So relevant game, new character, new company, really popular request, or new Nintendo series, or new Nintendo game, like a Switch one, like Xenoblade Arms. So we got that. Where is? Then it was Banjo-Kazooie, who I put here. Oh no, so it was Banjo. So actually, it was. Banjo-Kazooie's here. So of course we've already done Dragon Quest. So we can do something different in this timeline here. So Dragon Quest happened because it was just because it was the next one along, I guess. So we can do something different for Dragon Quest here. Banjo-Kazooie, popular request, owned by Nintendo in the past, but not owned by Nintendo anymore. I'm going to put, just to sort all these randoms out in order, I'm just going to put them all like this. Like this. And I think like we don't need, we can also fall back on interesting, we've got 2 here. We can also fall back on doing some Mii costumes, because I'm sure there are some Mii costumes that didn't quite make the cut because, like, but like were quite popular requests. Like I'm sure that's why a lot of the Mii costumes got added in. So we can look at, maybe I should bring up the Mii costumes for us. Oh, Byleth. So where's Byleth go here? So Terry's already in the game, that's why. So Byleth gets to go there. That's why the numbers aren't lining up. So Terry, you're here. Cool. Byleth, and then after Byleth it was Min Min, right? If I've got the order wrong, just let me know. But I think it was Min Min after Byleth. Then I think it was Minecraft Steve after that. Then I think it was Sephiroth. That's how this list is sort of. So then I think it was Sephiroth after that. Then I think it was Pyre and Mithra after that. Where are Pyre and Mithra gone? Pyre and Mithra are... Oh, they're hiding behind Black Shadow. Nope. Pyre and Mithra, take auto select off. Here you girls are. Although something does seem a little off to me right now. So we got this here. And then we got Kazuya. Where is Kazuya? Where the fuck are you, Kazuya? There you are. Then we get Kazuya over here. And then we get Kingdom Hearts Sora to end us off. Although something doesn't feel right. I feel like I've lost someone. Have we? There's two characters here. Because this should make a whole square. So something's gone wrong somewhere. Were there characters that we introduced earlier that were... Yeah, Sora's getting a double. We're still going to do everything as a double. I feel like there's two missing though. Where have I clearly pulled a character from later on higher up and forgotten why? Something's not added up here. But literally off by 2. From that's not that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many Echo Fighters were there again? Daisy, Richter, Ken, Dark Samus, Chrom. Yeah, it was 5, so it's 10. Yeah, no, I know Ivysaur and Squirtle. That's why I'm missing 2 icons in general. But Ivysaur and Squirtle obviously got replaced with the numbers wise. Something's not lining up, and I'm trying to figure out where numbers wise things aren't lining up. Well, I can do it at the end. I'll do a quick count. I'll do a quick math count at the end. Cool. So the reason I've lined it up here is because we'll go through these one by one, and I'll explain why they were added. So like Joker was like a popular character, right? Really popular character because Persona 5 had just come out. So Persona 5 was a big use case for a game that did really, really well, and blew up the series' notoriety. So I think our choices here for Joker are probably it's probably 2B. 2B would be my go-to on here because Nier Automata was super popular at the time, and Persona 5 wasn't on Switch either at this point. They have the connection of Platinum Games, they have the connection of Square, so I think 2B gets in this scenario here. So let's chuck her in. Then, so 2B gets to be here. We'll leave the free spaces for now, and come back to them. So with Banjo-Kazooie are obviously a very popular duo, very popular set of characters who were previously owned by Nintendo. Very big Smash fan requests is what they were. Also sort of a retro-y pick. Could this be where Crash Bandicoot comes into play? Do we think Crash Bandicoot gets to be here? I think we can. I think we can say Crash Bandicoot here. So I'm sure Crash had his fans as well at the time. So let's say Crash. I made him way too small. There it is. Yeah, this one, yeah. Yep, okay, cool. So we got Crash. With Byleth. Byleth was obviously from a brand new Nintendo title that did really well. I think we want someone from Pokemon Sword. So we want to continue the Pokemon trend. So who would be a good shout from Pokemon Sword? Scorbunny is obviously the popular starter Pokemon. But I don't know if the starter's the right choice for this. My personal go-to for this would be Zacian, the dog with the sword in its mouth. I think that would probably be the most interesting choice for this. Toxtricity is also one of the Miis that Doomslayer, Dragapult, Cinderace, and Teleon. So who do we think? Like, bearing in mind that Charizard, Blaziken, and Incineroar are all in the game already, I kind of don't want to do Cinderace. Rillaboom, I think, would be also a bit difficult to do at this point, just because I think it would be a bit awkward to have him around. I think I'm leaning towards the Wooloo. Yeah, sure, Wooloo. I think it's between Toxicity and Zacian. Which one do people think would be better, Zacian or Inteleon? No, Zacian or Toxicity. I'll let you guys mull over that as I go to Min. So Min Arms is obviously a new choice. Toxtricity. So I don't think we'd have another. I don't think we have a second Arms character, but I think we can have another new Nintendo IP that sort of did well, but was too late. So Yuden is an interesting choice, but he also is not. Dragalia Lost didn't exactly do well. What other Switch? Sushi Strikers also didn't do really well. Snipper Clips did, but I can't really envision Snip and Clip. Right. I don't really know what they could do there. So Labo somehow. Labo would be fun. Did have healthy revenue going for it at least. I mean, I guess. When did Dragalia Lost come out? Dragalia Lost. 2018. Yeah, I could do. Yeah, could do. Wait, Yuden. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. I can't. Nintendo were kind of really bad for new IPs in this era, so let's just give their mobile one a good shout. I'm going to assume it would be Yuden over any of the other characters. I know there's quite a few popular characters in that. So okay, so Yuden. Let's get Yuden in on here. Yep, cool. So, Great Club Mask, great. So Yuden is in. For Steve, I think this is where Doom Guy comes into play. I think Doom Guy can come alongside with Steve. Like, he was obviously big enough that they wanted him. He got a Mii costume, didn't he? So I think that's fine. Doom Guy. So, Great Clip Mask. with Sephiroth, I actually want to add Geno. I think with this many choices and this many characters and stuff, I think Geno would probably happen. Like, I think at this point, you know, we're going from pure popularity standpoint. Why not? Right? I think Geno gets to finally make that cut this high up on the list. Where is it? Does it? Geno needs to go above that. So I think Geno can make it in. With Pirate and Mithra, I'm thinking that we have a Splatoon 2 character for, I think, Obstagoon. Yeah, so I think, yeah, so is it Octoling? So I think if Octoling gets in there, you have to be unique. I suppose it has to sort of be Octoling, doesn't it? Nah, I'm afraid we're not going to do Rex, because he sort of comes in with Pyra and Mithra, even if he's not part of that. I think it needs to be something different. It needs to be another existing series that had a game that missed out on the first one. I think Octoling works for that quite nicely. So unique Octoling, Agent 8 gets to be in as DLC as well. So with Pokemon, Zacian is the one I was sort of leaning towards, and I think I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for Zacian. I think it'd also just be kind of interesting to have a bipedal one. I debated early on in Melee whether or not the Suicune would work as a character, but didn't go for it in the end. But I think Zacian would be a pretty fun one. Let's do Zacian. Zacian also obviously got, like, being a box legendary, got a spirit and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of marketing, advertising potential, which they do like with Pokemon. So, Doggy Sword Boy gets in. Creating a mask. So Kazuya, obviously, I think with Kazuya, it's big quadrupeds that would be hard to implement. They have Duck Hunt and Ivysaur currently, and they're smaller, yeah. I think Zacian is like an okay size. I think it's just about works for it. So I'm just going to say it's fine. I think alongside Kazuya, we can have a Tales of character, and I think if we're having a Tales of character, Lloyd Irving is the choice for this. Like, he's the one that always gets brought up in relation to Smash and Nintendo. He's the one who gets the Mii costume, etc. So I think Lloyd is fine here for this. So let's do Lloyd. Okay. So Lloyd Irving. So for one of the last ones, Sora, there was another character who was obviously super hyped up throughout all of Smash's the DLC lineup, and that was Dante from Devil May Cry. So I think that they would. I think Dante, with there was more characters to work with, is who they would go for. So let's have Dante. I'll just pick this one from Devil May Cry 3. And I think he gets in towards the end here. Okay, and so that gives us like so this gives us 4 slots. So this one here, the first random one, was originally for Dragon Quest, which is obviously a massive ancient legacy series in Japan that got needed attention. So I think, actually I'm going to change something. Actually, I've been thinking about this ever since. So I'm going to move Terry back into the DLC realm down here. So Terry is going to be DLC again. But instead, on the base game, I am going to put Akira from Virtua Fighter in. He obviously got in as an assist trophy instead. But I think, similar to how we sort of bumped Monster Hunter up because they have more time to do Monster Hunter properly, I think we could do the same for Akira. And I think with long-term planning in mind, with Akira being in the base game instead of being an assist trophy as a fighter, and then Terry getting in here, and then Ryu Hayabusa already being in and stuff like that, we have like almost all the major fighting games represented. And so the only one we're missing is Guilty Gear, but I'm not going to add Guilty Gear in, although it would fit. Guilty Gear would fit quite well into this actually. So maybe what I do is Guilty Gear, Soul, Bad Guy, because that also gives them another one. A lot of fighting game characters, but you know what? It's fine. I think this works fine. Arc Systems is one of those studios that fits perfectly into Nintendo's own remit of we want to get connected with new studios. And I can just sort of see the idea of let's have all the fighting game characters. Oh shoot, I've lost where he is. So let's do Soul, Bad Guy down here as well. Then I'm also going to do, because I think they would do it, I'm going to do Sans Undertale, as they obviously had him as an assist as a Mii costume instead, but I think with more time they could potentially get away with making him playable. Shovel Knight's already in the base game as an assist trophy still, so I think he won't get in as a DLC, and I just don't think they would do Shantae. Shantae's a choice, I think. Shantae is certainly a possibility. So let's I tried to find the DMC1 design for Dante, and I just decided to grab Thingy. Cuphead's a choice. So actually maybe Shantae would. Shantae obviously was popular enough to having the spirit in the base game and then got a Mii costume in the DLC. So maybe Shantae is a choice. I wanted to save this spot for a legacy franchise, but maybe some of these other ones just sort of fill that gap. So yeah, okay, let's give it a Shantae. Let's do it. I do think if Dante did get in, he probably would use his Devil May Cry 1 design, just because that's what they used for the Mii costume, if I recall. But at this point I'm just grabbing artwork to include. So okay, and that does it for that does it for this. I think this the stream chat froze again. Ugh, pain in the bum. I'm just gonna before I like sort of wrap up, because I do want to start wrapping up soon because it's like midnight for me. Let's just see. Let's see, because I feel like I've missed out something here. Something has gone wrong because there shouldn't be 2 free spots, even ignoring Squirtle and Ivysaur being removed. So I'm going to quickly grab a calculator and we're going to figure this out. So, because these go by 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 at the top, 22, 23, 24. Smash 64 ends at Takamaru, nobody's missing from there. Then in Melee, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 characters in Melee. So it should be 28 up top here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So that's all fine. Brawl was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So Brawl had 18 characters added. So where is Brawl start? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. I'm missing 2 in Brawl. There should be 36 in Brawl. And I've done 38. So we've fucked it up. We've fucked it up at Brawl. Okay. So where have we fucked it up in Brawl? Is my next question. So Brawl had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 base characters who were third party. It just got put live. Could do. But I want to do this proper. So I want to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So there's enough of them. And then we've got enough third parties. So, oh wait, I think I know where I fucked this up. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, okay, I know where I fucked it up. There's actually 14 base characters in Brawl from Nintendo and not 13. So we need 2 more characters who would fit in the base game of Brawl. So if we want, we can add the Masked Man back in. We can add Masked Man back into the game. Don't know if I put you up there because I already went and got him. So I'm just going to chuck him onto the end because I'm not sorting through all this again. So we can add Masked Man back into the game, and then we've got one more spot. I suppose one option is to have Black Ball actually be a more original character, right? Have it be more of a semi-clone rather than this like last-minute chuck together character, and then have Starly from Starfy be a costume, or not a costume necessarily, but but their own fighter. That's one possibility. Probably the best shout, if I'm being honest. Yeah, there's also, because there's also a world where Wolf is also just in the base game and not a last-minute addition, and then Starly gets bumped up from costume to playable. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna do that because it's now past midnight for me, and I'm ready to wrap this all up. So congratulations to the legendary Starfy fans out there. You get 2 characters in the game at the end. Whew. Okay, it's been a mission. It has been a mission. 5 hours, I think the stream took me. Way longer than I anticipated it to. That's 5 hours straight talking as well. My throat is going to be destroyed tomorrow. But it was fun. It was fun to do this for Super Smash Bros.'s anniversary. For the anniversary of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Will we get an Ultimate Deluxe? I kind of don't want an Ultimate Deluxe. I kind of want to see a Super Smash Brothers, like just a new one in general. God, my brain is fried now. But thank you all for joining me, especially those of you who stuck with me for the entire 5 hours that this stream was. I had a lot of fun. Let me know what you think of all the choices on here. I'll neaten it up, I'll tidy it up, I'll get it on social media at some point later this week. I'll do it in the correct order as well, so I'll move Maskman and Starfy up top. But yeah, let me know your thoughts on all of this. I hope you had a good time, I hope you enjoyed yourself, and this is what Ultimate should have been. Damn straight. Also, pour one out for fans of Squirtle and Ivysaur. This Charizard being so popular to get into Melee on his own killed all of their chances of getting in. Rest in peace, Squirtle and Ivysaur. Okay, that's enough rambling. See you, everyone.